unscripted program, a program where we discuss vital, ongoing national and regional issues, and we give you a lowdown of what is happening in our country for you to be properly guided. Today, we are going to continue on that trajectory. And my name is Mike Ubane once again. With me in the studio is Dr. Stan Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is an economist and public policy analyst. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. And our good friend is also here with us, Mr. Martinani, public affairs analyst. He has held several public offices in the past. Mr. Andy, you are welcome.
Chivubani.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure to see you once again.
Thank you. Like I said,
it's
going to be an exciting moment for our viewers out there. And well, you look at it from the point of view of a country that its people are suffering in terms of economic, because of the economic downturn, in the country. A lot of families cannot feed themselves; they cannot feed well. But remember again that the primary purpose of government is providing for the security and welfare of the people. That is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But here we are. You see those elected, those who we have elected, public officers, they don't seem to be concerned with the provision of security and welfare for the people. All they are talking about is how to capture power. We are in the year 2025, and many politicians are thinking about 2027. They are holding meetings here and there, and that brings us to the issue of coalition. Talk about coalition between among the opposition political parties. It's interesting to note that the PDP governors, senators, and leaders of the party, a few days ago they talked about the issue of merging with other opposition parties to chase away the ruling APC government. But that is being spearheaded by the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. But somehow there is an opposition to that effect, to that plan. The PDP governors are saying, no, instead of building an opposition, let us build the party. And you do remember that the PDP was in authority for 16 years. So I want to ask, how do you feel about the opposition? I mean, the major plan, which is being spearheaded by Atiku Abubakar. Do you think it's something that we need, against the backdrop of the fact that the PDP governors, senators are saying, no, we don't need coalition, let's build a party? Do you think the PDP is able to build itself to the point of recapturing power from APC, Mr. Ani?
All right, thank you, Jivubani, for that question. For that poser, well, it's a big one. I don't know how they intend to go about it, but one thing I know is that PDP is facing internal crisis, and then most of the members are not agreeing to what each others are proposing. So basically what I want to say is that while you have those who believe that there should be a merger, and then to enable them capture power in 2027, and then of course defeat the ruling party, there are still those who believe that they can still organize a house and still have a formidable front going into the elections. So what I want to say is neither here nor there, and of course you still have most, within their fold. A lot of persons are members of APC and they are still members of PDP. I don't want to start mentioning names. It's already in the public domain. even the blind can see, that PDP is having a lot of internal wranglings and then division, which will obviously affect them, to have a common front going into that merger, because you might end up seeing those who will agree and those who will not agree. Those who believe that they will lose what they've gained, the ground they've gained if they go into merger, and then those who believe that they will gain a lot if they go into merger will certainly be agreeable to a merger. So the issue is neither here nor there. And then until they settle what they have internally, even the leadership is still being contested. It just looks as if it's still in the cooler for some time. The Damagun-led PDP. Some people are still contesting it. But then now they face a major problem from the ruling party, which they believe is trying to erode democracy. Yeah. That's why it looks as if they are coming together to fight. And then Atiku seems to be everywhere. But then when the chips are down, at his age, is he going to allow certain persons fly the flag of the party? Or will he want to use his domineering influence and big thick pocket to, grab the flag of the party ahead of 2027? So the issues are neither here nor there, but as time goes on, we'll see how they...
Yes, thank you, Dr. KJ. Let me get to you. Do you think is timely? Do you think the time is ripe for elected, public office holders, the politicians, to begin to run from the north to the south, from the south to the west, talking about major, and when they ought to be talking about how to build our economy, how to build the economy, how to make it possible for the ordinary person to put food on the table, how to generate, grow the economy to the extent that there will be unemployment and the reduction of the stress that we see among the youth. Do you think the government is not missing its track?
Well, what we generally call democracy here is actually participatory government. And one of the checks on office holders is strong public opinion. Where there is a strong public opinion based on issues, you will find that those who are representing the people will respond. But because of the complexity of the country, opinion is manufactured and divided. I think there was a recent incident in Edo State where some people were murdered on suspicion that they were kidnappers.
Yes.
Uromi.
You can see that it concerns some people. It doesn't concern others. Nobody has said from Elele that we knew when these people came to hunt and we knew when they were leaving. In fact, there's an account I read in Daily Trust that the Emir of Kano authorized them to go to, is he the Emir of Elele? But it is the complexity of the country that makes the country divided. If the country was better organized, opinion will matter. I remember when Jim Ngobodo was governor of ENUGU State, of old Anambra State, and there was mealybug infection on cassava. I think, if I remember very well, the government dropped everything it was doing. Professor Egbete was commissioner for agriculture, and the government tackled it. It tackled mealybug because it affected the people who they were governing. And if the government did not react, it would have been a negative. It would have been a negative. But if you look at Nigeria as a complex area, opinion is divided. So opinion is not one. This last election, I read from the press that Barrister Shagari, who was a former deputy governor, said that he will not be running mates to Peter Obi because Obi will not win in his area. Forgetting that his father or his uncle had Kweme as a running mate. Ekweme didn't join him because he will win, but he joined because it was a party. If you join, you make effort to make your party win. But if you reject somebody ab initio, your opinion cannot be the same. So, what does it mean? People in politics in Nigeria are careerists. They are not representing anybody. There are people there like job men. They are not. If they were representing people, issues concerning their people will govern what they do. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me give a final example. Bayo Nanuga, during the election, warned the Igbos never to interfere in the government of Lagos, in the politics of Lagos State. But he is now a spokesperson in a federal system in which Igbos are major stakeholders. If the Igbo politicians in APC represent their people, they will insist that the president should not appoint him, that they will leave the party, or they will continue to vote against his programs if Bayo Nanuga remains a spokesman for the president. But you can't see it happen because they are gone there to get money to build hotel, marry second wife, get US citizenship. So what their people feel does not concern them.
Yeah.
So it is expected that the politicians will be maneuvering to remain in office.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note that the Arewa Consultative Forum has knocked politicians already campaigning for the 2027 general election, saying it's too early to do so. They should consider the raging hunger and socio-economic hardship in the country should be addressed in the first place. So it's quite exhilarating. It's quite comforting to know that a particular segment of the country, like I did say, the Arewa Consultative Forum is asking politicians to cool down and look at the economic, first revive the economy of the country before delving into 2027 politics. And that brings us to the issue that the APC itself is a problem that the APC itself is having, and that is to one is talking about the warning by Ali Ndume, Senator Ali Ndume, to Tinubu, not to President Tinubu, not to think that the former president is with him. But I mean, Buhari, the president Tinubu, if Buhari didn't like Tinubu to be president, he wouldn't have supported him. So why would anybody at this point in time now say that there are differences, discrepancies? I mean, between, or rather, a quarrel between Buhari and Tinubu. Mr. Ade, do you think it's possible for that kind of, for us to get that kind of development under 2 years of Tinubu's agreement? What I'm saying specifically is that without the support of Buhari, for instance, as a president, Tinubu perhaps might not have become the president. And 2 years down the line, some people are saying that Buhari may not be, happy that Tinubu emerged as the president. So, what's your take on that?
Well, it's interesting, and then it's interesting times too. We are talking about a former president who has ruled Nigeria for 8 years as a Democrat, in quotes, and then from 1983, okay, to 1983 to 85
as a military head of state.
Ruler. So he has a lot of followership, a kind of a cult-like followership, if I may use the word, as a corner and as a Fulani man. But the point remains that talking about whether he supported Tinubu or he didn't support Tinubu may not be material at this point, because he has served his tenure and is now observing. Of course, you can notice that he's been quiet for some time, meaning that he wants to allow the president to run his show. And then because he ran his show, and then he had about, he's the one that told us about the dot in the circle, the 5%. and then he treated Igbos like a dung, a piece of trash. And then he gave Igbos maybe less than 5% of the appointments under his tenure, you know. And then now this one is also taking a cue from him, and then having lopsided appointments also coming from majorly Lagos, not just Southwest, because the Southwesterners are even saying that they are majorly Lagos. So, but then I don't want us to dwell, you know, whether he supported Tinubu at the outset or he doesn't want to support him. But the point remains this: Nigerians are suffering, and everyone is crying, and people are running from pillar to pole, looking for a way out of this trouble. Remember, the opposition started coming together when there was almost an affront on democracy, and that was the Rivers imbroglio, which is still raging at the moment, having a part of the federation. This is a federating unit, for crying out loud. Suspending a sitting governor, suspending the legislature, and of course the current administrator, which is unconstitutional, which is not known to law, has also suspended everything about democracy from head to tail. That's to tell you that there is a challenge. And that was when the opposition came together. P2Bs of this world, Atikus of this world, of course, Kwankwasos, everybody. In fact, there is no known voice in Nigeria that didn't condemn that action, except Tinubu and his loyalists, the Onanugas, you know, those who are eating from the crumbs falling from the table. So it's obvious to our President Tinubu, that that action is not proper. But given that he knows what he wants to achieve with that action, he and that Wike, he doesn't want to back off. He is still allowing Ibas. Of course, Ibas is being challenged in court, and some of his actions are already been, you know, contested in the court. Well, while we wait for how the court resolves, of course, his illegitimacy, the actions he has taken, the budget he wants to go and present, and all that, well, he's already, it will be sub judice for us to dwell into that. But then the point here is this: Nigeria is at a crossroad, and all Democrats must put their hands on the deck and see what to do to redeem the nation. If not, we don't know what will become of 2027, the so-called 2027 that everybody is clamoring for and looking for a united front to. We don't even know whether it will happen, because it looks as if Nigerians have been caged. You can't protest, you can't do anything. You look at the other day, some people wanted to protest, you know, and then
so what do we actually do? So I'll come back to you.
All Democrats need to
I'll come
unite.
back to you, Mr. Andy.
And then
what do we actually do to redeem the country? We've talked about the declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State, which a lot of people, so many organizations have, described as unconstitutional. You know, and there seems to be, Nigerians are said to be docile, you know, people. Remember what happened in France about 2 weeks ago, when this party, the leader of
Le Pen
was,
they banned
her from contesting the next general election in France. The people protested. They said they were going to hold a public protest. Yeah. And that was the Supreme Court decision. But in Nigeria, they will tell you that if whatever the Supreme Court says is final. But over there, the highest court in the land had decided that Le Pen should not contest the next election. She was accused of having embezzled EU money.
Funds, yeah.
Okay, but her supporters came out and said they were going to the streets to demonstrate against the ruling of the highest court in it. But in Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, the Supreme Court has ruled, and there's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. Do you think we have gotten to that level where Nigerians will come out to, oppose oppose some decision or decisions of the government, like the decision to disband the democratically elected government in Rivers State. What can we do? He talked about redeeming the country. How do we redeem the country when, if you come out to demonstrate, the army or the police will be sent after you? So what will Nigerians do or are expected to do to demonstrate against some of these government, anti-people policies?
Well, consistent with what I said before, the country is divided. It's not one nation. There are many nations within Nigeria. I think there was a time there was a crisis between Benue and Taraba, between the chiefs and Jukuns.
Yeah.
Danjuma remembered that he was a Jukun, and told his people to take up arms, that the Nigerian army is not neutral.
Yeah. To fight.
It's true, because he himself was not neutral when Ironsi was in power.
Yeah.
So people fight for themselves. I am sure that if Fubara was in the southwest, all hell will be let loose. So what you are seeing in Nigeria is what is called machine politics. The moment Fubara came to office, Disu, the current commissioner of police in Abuja, was posted there. So it's like Southwest trying to control the Niger Delta. The current commissioner of police there is also from the Southwest. Out of 36 or 37 commissioners of police around the country, only one from the Southeast, only one from the South-South. These commissioners of police, don't they have mates when they were recruited? Were they recruited alone?
Yeah.
Where are their mates? So it's machine politics. You use office, you convert office to power. For instance, Mike, you are leading this discussion. If you convert it to power, you can talk from now till tomorrow.
Exactly.
And we'll become spectators. But people cannot react because, one, the country remains unbalanced. One of the things that challenged Nigeria into civil war was the unbalanced federation. In spite of the creation of states, one part of the country remains dominant. If I go back to the Edo State incident, the chief of the defense staff, that is the commander of all commanders, made a comment about Edo State. But when people are killed in a Hamufu, it doesn't concern him. When people are killed in Jos, that one is family affair. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is the unequal relationship in the country. If during the post-election court decisions, Kano, where the NNPP won, there was a sheikh, somebody Bauchi, as the Supreme Court was trying to rule, he made a public statement that if the court ever dares to remove, that there will be consequences. Yeah, did anybody arrest him?
Not.
No. So it is unequal distribution of power. In other words, you need to organize the country in a way where the lions and the cows will stay in their different compartments.
Yeah.
If a cow strays into the lion's den, well, good luck to it. But if you leave it the way it is the voice of one person that will be, so you can't have a national opinion.
Yeah.
And like I said sometime here, football is popular, very popular, because the rules are known and it is followed. In the past, Radio Nigeria and radio stations in the north, especially the far north, didn't broadcast football matches because they felt, or their leaders there felt it was a rascally game. But because of its popularity and the openness, many people now play football all over the country. Our politics is not like that. It's machine politics. If you have money, you buy people. You ask this man, follow me. If you want to be my follower and benefit, I want you to abuse your father. After abusing your father, come, I will give you money. Then you go there, slap your father, come back, and you are settled. You tell your father, don't worry, it's politics, I will settle you later. So almost everything that is wrong in the country are done by public officials. The River State is a clear example. It started by the Supreme Court taking a decision that revenue due to River State should not be released to it. I don't know what it was thinking about revenue collection from River State.
Exactly.
You collect from me and say it will not be given to me. But this is also part of machine politics, because the people in the Supreme Court ought to know basic things. You don't need to be a lawyer to know that there should be equity. When you are doing it, there should be fairness.
And if
there should be inclusion.
If you deny them that revenue, how will the state governor pay salaries and
now the man who is there as administrator has even appointed people to be state independent electoral commission. I mean, how can it's just like a rogue coming into a house and allotting things to the owner? How can you say you are not elected, but you are trying to appoint people who will organize the election? It's machine politics.
Under
democracy.
I mean,
it's for the.
Just to add to what Doc said, remember recently, the current president of America, Donald Trump, he slammed a lot of tariff on almost all the countries of the world, including with China having most of it, up to 104%. But then the point I want to make from there is that there was wide protests all over the world. And it didn't take 2 days, and Trump paused those trade tariffs for 90 days. That's the effect of protests and people voicing out their concern all over the world. And Trump saw that this is going to diminish his popularity and could affect his Republican Party. So he quickly paused it for 90 days. And then he was open for negotiation. The other day he said, I have a lot of respect for Jinping. He's my friend.
That's why I said, public opinion is very important.
It's very important. You get the mood of the people.
Once you demolish public opinion, you can't have participatory governance.
Exactly.
And I think South Korea gave us a very recent example. When the president of South Korea declared martial law, the police of South Korea refused to implement it.
Exactly.
And they went for an arrest of the president. I mean, you can see that the president has the commissioner of the inspector general of police in his breast pocket in Nigeria to be doing his will.
Exactly. And today he has lost his position.
Yeah, but that takes us to the issue of tariff, which you talked about, and the federal government has set up a committee to review the impact of the tariff imposed across the world, Nigeria is affected. So how far do you think this committee can go in a situation where we have very few, where we import almost all that we use in the country? The only export that we can think about is oil, and oil is not being managed to the extent that it will benefit the country. So how far do you think this committee can go?
Well, Chief Ubani, I must tell you, he's amusing. He's interesting, because as a student of international relations, I know what we call a balance of power. These are people of unequal power, influence. What is our total export? What are we taking to America? What are we bringing to America? Bring it on the scale, and then you see the scale like this. US is here and there. So we can only maybe set up a committee and beg Donald Trump to help us and to save us, because we are not doing enough for our people. We are not able. Even the people at the presidency and the rest of them, the ministers, which car they're driving, which country, where did they manufacture them? Some of them, they eat rice from some of these countries. They take toothpick, they use toothpick from these countries. They wear shoes from this country. They don't believe anything in Nigeria that comes out of Nigeria makes any sense. They are not supporting our local refinery, local manufacturers. They don't even have power for them to run their machines. They are buying shoes. They don't even have roads for them to export whatever. No government incentive for them to thrive. Even the clothes, they prefer imported materials. Meanwhile, we have all these things here. Our agriculture is in tatters. You can see the Fulani herdsmen troubling everywhere. The other day, yesterday I was in a university, and I saw headers almost in all the compound of the school. I was like, wow. So they too come here. So what are we trying to say? We have not organized our house. We are just like tenants. Where as a country with over 250 million persons, we are still unable to take advantage of our size, of our number, of our GDP, and bring about an economy that can even begin to do something. What can we do with US? All we need to do is maybe set up the committee, and then we're going to beg the envoy, US envoy to Nigeria, and then beg them to say, please, beg Baba. It's an unequal, this party, so there's nothing that can come.
Let me
Let's grow our economy.
Let me come over to you, Dr. KJ. You're an economist. Can you, educate our viewers on, the import or the impact of this tariff issue? What is it all about? What is it all about?
Yeah, the imports tariff, some people even have export tariff, is a tax. It raises the price of a product. And economic theory is that the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. Specifically, the United States wants to raise the price of imports generally in order to increase their cost to compare with domestic production in the United States. That's their idea. Why are they taking this step? Trump has, more than enough enemies in the United States, mirrored by some section of the media. These tariff policies have been on. Mm-hmm. The one that Trump imposed in his first term, Biden increased it by 10%. But you didn't hear about it because Biden was in the good book of some media, and of course it was consistent with what Trump had done. So tariff is a trade barrier, and you'll find it in all cultures. Some people can use tariff, some people can use exchange rates. What is causing problem between the US and China is that China uses exchange rates to manipulate trade. It continuously depreciates its currency. It doesn't allow its currency to float. Nigerians go to China to buy goods, but when you go to Owerri Road and ask for yuan, you won't find it. Mm-hmm. China collects dollars from Nigerians for import from China. They don't collect yuan. So we earn dollar from the United States and they will give it to China. China manufactures, sells to the United States, and does not use the money to import from the US. They store it there and use it to buy US Treasury bills, investment. So, and the US have been complaining. The European Union started as a coal union in the 1950s between France, Italy, I think Belgium. There were 4 countries. Now, because of the power of the US as an economy, they felt that if the Europeans were to form an entity that has one currency, they can challenge the dollar. That was how they came to the euro. Now, but their problem is that they have multiple finance ministers. So they cannot come to a decision very easily. The US is aware, but because Europeans are the dominant people in the United States, they don't worry. But they're also manipulating trade with the US. The difference between China and the United States is that China is a country of natives. The US is a country of immigrants. You have Chinese Americans, you have Japanese Americans, you have Nigerian Americans, you have Igbo Americans, Efik Americans. All these people are in the United States, but still loyal to their country of origin. You get the point I'm making? So they tend to rig rules in America for their countries. But the Europeans don't do exactly the same thing, because, I mean, they know their country, they also own the United States. The Chinese are not that loyal.
Yeah.
But the United States don't want, because trade is an alternative to conflict. Trade can be conflicting, but it's an alternative to war. If it were to continue, if it were in some countries, if the United States was a country of natives, they will exclude Chinese people from some of their strategic industries. They will ask Indians to leave their pharmaceuticals, because that's where they get the patent. They steal it and go back to India to produce what they call generic products. So America wants to play by rules. The United Nations, I mean the World WTO, the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and other agencies that govern trade have rules which the Chinese violate. They violate it. They have a trade. US, Canada, and Mexico have an agreement. That agreement emphasizes that people who work in producing products that are imported into their countries must be fairly paid. But criminal groups in Mexico manufacture products and smuggle it into the United States. Canadian companies owned by Chinese, you know, bring in third-party parts, put it in products made in Canada, and export it to the United States. The US have been complaining. But, I mean, I saw the Canadian Prime Minister making a broadcast. That's the former one. His father was a former premier too. Making a broadcast to the United States people, telling them to remember that Canada and US are united. You know, you will suffer if there are not too many countries that will tolerate that type of thing. US is so big and strong that it can destroy Canada in a twinkle of an eye. But they tolerate it. So US is a very tolerant country.
Yeah.
Forget about what people are saying. Not too many countries will tolerate it.
Yes, Dr. KJ, I did hear the Canadian Prime Minister, the former Canadian Prime Minister, saying that Canada will retaliate, you know, over the tariff.
You know, the one they call Trudeau.
Yes, Trudeau. Over the tariff issue. Do we have a situation where Nigeria can tell US we will retaliate? Do you foresee that kind of statement coming from Nigeria?
It cannot happen, because I told you we are doing machine politics. Professor Bolaji Akiyemi had been appointed chairman of Nigeria International Affairs. One of the first things he said was that the government should be careful not to confront the United States. But that is just academic. Three of us here, if we don't go to Ogbete market in ENUGU for the next 1 year, Ogbete will not know that we didn't come. So Nigeria is an infinitesimal player. The US has more oil reserves than Nigeria. In fact, I think only Russia has more oil than US. Why US is importing is that, one, they want to reserve their own, and two, they have this politics of preserve our own, let us do green. But Trump says, why should we have oil and gas and we are not producing it? One of the things that China has taxed against the US imports is coal. But in ENUGU here, we are cutting down our wood instead of bringing out coal for firing. So we are not a trading country. There's nothing we can do. Like I said, this pause you have seen is because through the back channels, people are begging the US, because the US is the only market in this world where if you export to US, you will be rich. If you don't trade with the United States, you will be poor. To give you an illustration, in 2018, under Trump, the US and China, in order to deal with these problems, agreed that China will increase its imports of US goods by 200 million by the end of December 2021. By the end of 2021, when Trump was no longer in office, China had only imported 58% of what it was agreed on. Now, what the US did was to impose tariff under Trump to some specific Chinese goods. That's what's called specific tariff. You know what China did? They imposed tariff on US soya beans. US said, okay, no problem. But there was diversion of trade. They started importing that soybeans from Brazil. That's China. What the US did was to pay compensation to the soybean farmers
in Brazil
for loss of market.
Okay.
In the end, after the price of soybean in Brazil increased, the price that the Chinese consumers were paying for soybean was equal to what it would have paid if it imported from the US at the same tariff rate. You can see that America is big, strong and reliable, to use the old Union Bank.
Yes, yes, I agree with you that America is big. America is big. Nigeria is also big. But what the two elements that are missing is that of reliability and which other one? Strong. I think these are
being stronger and reliable
is what is missing. You know, these two elements appear to be missing. But we are a large country, a country of over 200, a country of about 200 million people. It's on record that we have vast, you know, mineral resources. You know, once before we came in here, we were talking about the reserves. You know, Nigeria has in crude oil reserve hit about 37.28 barrels. You know, of crude oil. I mean, that Nigeria. So you find in Zamfara, you find is it what is it? Gold. In Zamfara, in ENUGU here, you find coal. You have find all kinds of minerals, you know, across Nigeria. We have very fine weather. The rains come at this time. The dry season come at its own time. We don't have all these natural disasters that you find happening in America and all the rest of them, like earthquakes and all that. It's a beautiful country. And what is it? I want to find out what are those elements that are, you know, responsible for the underdevelopment of Nigeria. Why can't we grow as reliable, big, reliable, and like America, so that we, you know, when America speaks, we can now say we will retaliate.
Yeah. Just to jump at your question, one of the things that is missing is that we cannot conduct free, fair, and credible election. That is one of the missing link. Once people know they can get power by any other means apart from the votes of the people, they will always dribble the people when they come to power. So if Nigeria can conduct fair, free, and credible election, then those who want to lead the people will always strive to be men of integrity. People who will keep to their words, keep to their electoral promises. As long as people win by this other means, they come to power, they will dump the promises they made. They can do whatever they want to do. And of course, it looks as if the institutions are weak. We also have weak institutions that cannot, like you, Dr. Okeje, pointed out. The Korean police refused to implement the order of the president, the martial law, simply because they knew it was against the constitution. It was unconstitutional, and they refused to do that. But think about Nigeria. If the president says, do this, there is executive order or whatever, you see how the IGP will take gun and kill 100 persons. It doesn't. Nobody will take him to any court. No panel will be set up. Are we
saying a government of impunity?
Yeah, electoral. We've not been able to get our elections right. We've not been able to get our institutions to the point that they can stand. And whoever comes, even with what Donald Trump tried to do to roughshod America, but America stood strong and insisted that the law and the court must be supreme. And the constitution remained supreme. At the end of the day, he lost that election and cried foul everywhere, even though he was re-elected. Thanks to God. Those ones belong to him. But it was still the people that elected him. That means majority of the Americans still loved him in spite of losing the other election. And the beauty of democracy, they keep saying, is that those who lost yesterday can win today. And those who win today can lose tomorrow. Because people are free to make choices. Because Nigerians are not free to make their choices of who governs them at every level, that's why you see impunity. That's why you see underdevelopment. Unlike what we are seeing in ENUGU today, the governor promised he was going to change the face of ENUGU, and it looks as if he's changing the face of ENUGU without making noise. That is what democracy should be about. But you have in Nigeria as a whole, if someone is elected as a president, nothing changes in the north, nothing changes in the south, nothing changes in the east.
Are you saying we export the ENUGU democracy to the national level?
Yes, it's a model. Of course, the southeasterners should come and learn, including the security. In recent time, I've not had people being picked by kidnappers within town. It has gone down. And you could see DPR vehicles everywhere. They have monitors, and some of the streets are connected. So I keep commending Dr. Peter Mba for the wonderful work he's doing. He's a model that can be exported. You know, so what are we trying to say? Let's get our democracy right. A situation whereby a president comes to power, he's looking for someone to put in our neck who will play by his own rule and not by the rule of the electoral body and the constitution is unacceptable. And
well, I think it has to do with our constitution, you know, stipulations, provisions of the constitution.
The constitution is right.
The constitution has given the president the authority, the power to appoint the INEC chairman. I was quite impressed with what happened in the states, one of the states in America, where an election was conducted. You know, to elect people into that state's Supreme Court.
Yeah, they do
all right?
that. Yes.
Okay, instead of allowing President Trump to appoint the justices of the Supreme Court, which is what happens in the Nigerian, in Nigeria, where the president decides on with NJC and all that.
Just before you land, I want to say that even in America, the America we are copying, their democracy we are copying, even when a president elects someone close to him, but when it comes to that institution, he will be forced to play by the rule of that institution. He cannot come and manipulate the institution and then suppress everybody. Just like what we had last time. You have IRF, you have where records will be voting, will be dropping. And then somebody said there was electoral glitches and it didn't work. He said server. Somebody said you have a back end. You could go to your system and call it up, even if there was but then you see that there was lies, series of lies, rigmarole, you know, until it looks as amazing has taken over everybody, and then we are still sleeping. And then 2023 has passed. Now we're in 2023.
Dr. KJ, do you think we get it, or we will ever get to that, position, position in our country, Nigeria, where the leader of the country can rise up to challenge what the American president says, or the Chinese president says, or like this tariff thing we are talking about. The Canadian people stood up and said they were going to retaliate.
No, it is not going to happen.
It's not. You think it's not going to? It's not going to happen in Nigeria.
Chinyere Achebe said that they have put a knife in the things that kept us together. Things have fallen apart. I'm sure that if there was an Igbo Republic in Nigeria, what happened in Imo State would have been resisted by people from even ENUGU Ezike, that there is no way somebody who came forth can become the winner. But because they have put a knife on the things that keep us together, people will hear that somebody who won the election, who is already running, have been removed. Somebody who claimed to be a commissioner of police or deputy commissioner, like has information that INEC does not have, and the courts accepted it. And the person who get that ruling is now the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You can't get it. One of the things that make for unity is solidarity. There was a time, I think under Abacha or Babangida, that one colonel, I think from the southwest, was made administrator of Abia State, military administrator. Mm-hmm. When he came, he tried to do some mago and removed this secretary to the government who opposed some contract he wanted to award. Of course, he removed him, but the person he appointed rejected the offer.
Mm-hmm. That's institution.
The man quickly recalled the man he removed.
Yeah.
Ebitu Kiwe was deputy to Babangida. You know, it's all this manipulation that Igbo man has been giving chief of general staff. But when he came to the brass tacks, the man said, I will not take this from Abacha. If I'm the chief of the general staff and deputy head of state, on a national day, I should come in only before the head of state. Sure. Abacha said, no, I'm senior, I'm the different. He said, no. This is not a military engagement. That one passed. Babangida went to register Nigeria with...
oh, I see.
He said, we never discussed it. He removed him. Did any Igbo person of responsibility condemn him for losing the post? He didn't go there for an Igbo person. But I am saying this as a citizen. We never discussed it. So his behavior was one of solidarity. He was not speaking for Igbo people. He was not speaking for Yoruba people. He was speaking for Nigerians. We never discussed this thing. How many politicians will say, this thing you are doing is not what we discussed? Mr. President, how can all the offices in the economic section be held by people from your place? How? You know,
they are the most qualified.
That is solidarity. If you speak out, let me give you an example. In the 1960s or 50s, there was a committee set up by Zik when he was premier. Yes. You know, they set up, they gave people appointments. The late Igwe of Halomona, but he was a barrister at Abakaleke. He wrote an opinion in a newspaper, Outlook, condemning the composition. He said that some people were not represented. You know what happened? Zik traveled from ENUGU to Abakaleke and met him. I said, my friend, you have access to me. Why didn't you tell me? That is an error, but we will correct it.
Yeah.
Imagine Zik, who had graduated in the 1930s from the United States, going to talk to somebody who he was above, but he knew that the man's opinion was very mattered. You know, I talk about public opinion in participatory government.
Yeah.
So, the lack of solidarity is the cause of disunity. And when there is disunity, you cannot have a complete opinion. Or many of these NGOs you see, people who carry placard, they are recruited. People are paid 2,000. Come and demonstrate.
Go and do recall. Yeah. Go and do a field recall. Because
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Whatever has a beginning must truly have an end. We are coming closer to the end of our discussion today, and it's been quite an exciting moment discussing the affairs of Nigeria, lamenting over the lapses, lamenting over the road that we ought to have traveled that we didn't travel. And I believe Dr. KJ did say in his closing remarks, did say about unity, unifying our country, and having a common opinion, you know, and getting the public, you know, to have an opinion, a common opinion on an issue. And I believe that very soon we'll get to that point where when you see something, you say something in the interest of our country, Nigeria, because we've gone so backward, looking at the humongous resources that we have. We are still drawing back. It's not good for our country. It's not good for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to call it call an end to this day's discussion. It's been a wonderful time discussing with you, Mr. Ani. Thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje. Thank you.
Thank you
for coming.
Thank you very much for leading the discussion.
Viewers, I thank you out there. Still get tuned to our signature television. Thank you.
In the headlines, Atiku's aide, Lagos Wike's political undertaker for Tinubu APC. Osinbajo advocates selfless leadership, says nation's greatness lies in citizens' welfare. Moderate security chiefs in New Delhi amid ongoing tensions with Pakistan. And Trump to push self-deportation message in proclamation. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every decade.
Paul Ibe, media advisor to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has described the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, as a political undertaker working for President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking during an appearance on Signature Morning, a flagship program on Signature TV in Abuja, Ibe stated that ongoing attempts to weaken the opposition will not derail plans for a unified coalition ahead of the 2027 general elections. Correspondent Josephine Bitrus reports.
Opposition parties are in coalition talks to form a united front against President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. The coalition is aimed to create a stronger position that can effectively challenge the current administration and address the concerns of Nigerians. The media advisor to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Paul Ibe, however, says there are efforts to undermine the coalition talks, with the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike given the role to destabilize the PDP.
What we have seen, clearly is a deliberate effort to decimate the opposition parties. That is the character signature, not the signature TV, the signature of the Tinubu administration. Because they want to put everybody in one deplorable basket. Unfortunately, that is anti-democracy. And so if you look around all of the opposition parties, you see them, with one problem or the other. And it is deliberate. Minister Nyesom Wike, who used to be the governor of Rivers State, has a mandate to decimate the PDP. I mean, what he's been doing lately suggests that he's in cahoots, with the ruling, APC.
Although Paul said such destabilization will not deter the coalition talks, he was dismayed over politicians who compromise their party's ideology and loyalty for personal gain. The media advisor stressed that politicians should have alternative sources of income to reduce their reliance on politics for financial stability, making them less vulnerable to inducement.
Since 2015, and we're now in 2025, that's 10 years, the PDP has been in opposition. And for people who are used to calling the shots, there's a lot of them are becoming weary. How long will we continue to be in opposition? And so it becomes very easy for someone like Nyesom Wike, who understands the game, to dangle the carrot before them. So what we are seeing clearly, especially as it affects the defection, because this defection do not, what is signpost is that some of the leaders, some of the stakeholders, of the PDP have been taken hostage. The way people are kidnapped, around the country, they are held hostage, and the defections are a political ransom that they are paying. Clearly, they will show them the results of their corruption, and then
They are sinners.
that's right. So come to APC and say no
More. Your sins are forgiven.
That is clearly what is at play.
Yeah,
that is why it is imperative that politicians need to have a second address, so that they will not be susceptible to the stomach infrastructure. And they're all seasoned politicians. They don't have anything. They are not running a business. And so that clearly sees the difference between those of them that have backbones, that have businesses they are running. It's difficult to compromise them. And so some of them have felt that they have been there for too long. I mean, they dangle the carrot before them and everybody goes. The question is, you are leaving, you have left Egypt and you're going back to Egypt.
Paul Ibe stated that polls have revealed the need for a coalition to unite opposition strengths, leaders and stakeholders under a single viable platform.
A combination of Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar will have outrightly won a majority of the election. And then, shortly afterwards, we did an internal polling. And that polling suggests that coalition is the direction to go. We need to harmonize, our strengths. Bring leaders, stakeholders, political interests, individuals, see how we can galvanize them under a very viable, platform. Because, like I said, the language of the Tinubu administration is divide and rule. And if they're allowed to have their way, the same scenario that played out in 2023 will play out. So, whatever policies, no matter how brilliant they are, whatever ideas you have, if you don't reclaim Nigeria, you will never have the opportunity of rebuilding it.
Atiku's media advisor revealed that the coalition talks were pan-Nigerian, people-driven, and the outcome will be unveiled to Nigerians very soon.
A lawmaker representing Suleja, Gurara, and Tafa Federal Constituency in Niger State, Adamu Lokoja, has officially defected from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the All Progressives Congress (APC). Lokoja was formally received into the ruling party by Niger State APC Chairman Aminu Bobi during a welcome ceremony held at the party's state headquarters in Minna. Speaking at the event, Niger East Zonal Chairman of the APC, Danladi Ahijo, described the lawmaker's defection as a strategic move, saying that aligning with the APC is an investment in the future. Lokoja joins a growing number of lawmakers who have left the PDP, citing internal divisions and leadership challenges. He is one of only 3 opposition members from Niger State elected to the 10th National Assembly under the PDP banner. The defection follows a broader trend, with recent instances, including 3 PDP legislators from Katsina State, who also joined the APC, pointing to unresolved internal crisis as a reason for leaving. As the political landscape shifts ahead of the next electoral cycle, the PDP continues to grapple with mounting defections and concerns over party unity. Former Kano State Governor and national leader of the Kwakwansiya movement, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, strongly criticized recent defections from the new Nigerian People's Party (NNPP) to the All Progressives Congress (APC), describing the move as a betrayal of both the party and the people. Kwakwanso made the remarks on Friday evening at his residence on Miller Road, Kano, while receiving a large delegation of supporters from Takai local government area who rejected the opportunity to follow defectors to the APC. This follows the recent defection of Senator Abdurrahman Kawu, representing Kano South Senatorial District, along with several federal lawmakers from Kano State to the APC. While Kwakwanso refrained from naming names directly, he took a clear swipe at their actions. Kwakwanso condemned what he called the highest form of political betrayal, leaving a party that provided support and opportunity. He urged young people to be vigilant and not trust politicians who prioritize personal gain over public service. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osibanjo has underscored the need for selfless and service-driven leadership, stating that true national greatness is defined by the welfare of its citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Delivering a keynote address at the Rotary International District 9141 Conference in Port Harcourt, River State, Osibanjo spoke on the theme, the magic of connection, the imperative and privilege of service. He described leadership as both a duty and an honor, urging politicians and public office holders to focus on delivering essential services such as quality education, health care, and social security. Citing Chief Obafemi Awolowo's free education policy in Western Nigeria as a historic example of selfless governance, Sibanjo highlighted the importance of policies that prioritize the public good, even at high financial cost.
There is no great nation that at one point in time or the other in its history has not had to have leaders, an elite that says we must put service to our country over our personal agendas and well-being. It is this idea that politics or governance must be for the common good that led to many nations establishing human capital development programs, education for all, healthcare, insurance, social housing, etc., social security schemes. So free education, for example, universal healthcare are not just policy choices. They are reflections of selfless and visionary leadership. In many countries, these systems were built by leaders who saw governance not merely as a tool for power, but as a moral obligation to uplift society, especially the most vulnerable.
He recalled his role in developing the All Progressives Congress APC manifesto in 2014, noting that a major focus was on implementing social investment programs, which eventually birthed initiatives such as the National School Feeding Scheme and Trading Money. Addressing Africa's development challenges, Osibanjo said the continent suffers not from a lack of talent, but from poor utilization of human resources and entrenched corruption. Called on the elite to reflect on whether the accomplishments stem from genuine service and urged for better budgetary priorities and fiscal policies to uplift undeserved or underserved populations.
Very frequently, what service requires is the ability to tell the truth to our own people and our own constituents, the ability to take difficult decisions that may in the short term cost us politically, but in the long term will work for the common good. I remember that in writing the AP, one of the things that occurred was that there was a real, at that time, there was a real problem with deciding whether or not to introduce social investment policies into the budget. And there was an ideological argument on both sides. Should we introduce this or should we not? Because it was going to be a huge part of the budget. In the end, those who insisted won. So the social investment policy was introduced into the budget. Homegrown school feeding, at some point in time feeding 9.5 million children daily. There was the NPower program, the microcredit program covering almost 3 million informal traders. So a decision has to be taken by people who are committed to service, sometimes popular, sometimes unpopular.
The Nigerian Senate has passed the final 2 tax reforms bills submitted by President Bola Tinubu in October 2024, marking the completion of a major legislative effort to modernize the country's tax framework. The newly approved bills, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2025 and the Nigeria Tax Bill 2025, joined 2 others passed earlier in the week, Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill 2025 and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill 2025. Together, the 4 bills aim to repeal outdated tax laws, consolidate existing tax regulations, and establish key institutions such as a Joint Revenue Board, a Tax Appeal Tribunal, and the Office of a Tax Ombudsman. The reforms are designed to enhance tax assessment, streamline collection processes, and promote greater transparency and accountability at all levels of government. Presenting the committee report, Senate Finance Committee Chairman Senator Sani Musa highlighted the extensive consultations and detailed clause-by-clause scrutiny undertaken to address controversial provisions, including a proposed increase in the value-added tax, VAT. For the passage of the bills, Senate President Godswill Akpabio applauded his colleagues for their dedication and encouraged ongoing input to fine-tune the reforms.
Consolidate the legal framework relating to taxation and enact the Nigeria Tax Bill to provide for taxation of income, transactions and instruments, and for related matters 2025, third reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to repeal certain acts on taxation and consolidate the legal frameworks relating to taxation and enact the Nigeria Tax Bill to provide for taxation of income, transactions and instruments, and for related matters 2025, third reading taken and passed. And at the end, let us leave behind these 4 bills for Mr. President to sign, which will not only bring peace to Nigeria, will bring more money to Nigeria and development, and then leave the bills as legacies for future generations.
Harmonization Committee led by Senator Yahya Abdullahi has been tasked with aligning the new laws with existing legal frameworks. The sweeping reforms are expected to strengthen Nigeria's tax institutions, boost compliance, and enhance revenue generation, laying a foundation for long-term economic growth and development. The senator representing Osun East in the National Assembly, Francis Fadaunsi, has voiced strong support for the recently passed tax reform bills, expressing confidence that they will significantly boost revenue generation across federal, state, and local governments. In a statement issued by his media aide, Sam Shegun Progress in Osogbo, Fadaunsi said the reforms, once implemented, will positively affect the lives of ordinary Nigerians, especially those in low-income communities. He noted that much of initial public criticism stemmed from misconceptions and a limited understanding of the bills, but assured that the long-term benefits will outweigh early concerns. Senator urged state governors and local government leaders to uphold transparency and accountability in managing the expected revenue surge, ensuring that funds are channeled effectively into development projects that directly benefit the people. Fadaunsi also commended President Bola Tinubu for his leadership in championing the reforms and lauded the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Zach Adedeji, for his resilience in guiding the bills through both public debate and legislative scrutiny. Up ahead, Atiku slammed EFCC over arrest of ex-lawmaker Kazare. Kano governor secures release of pregnant women, nursing mothers and others from correctional center. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for what he described as a blatant disregard for due process in the arrest and continued detention of former House of Representatives member Muhammad Kazare. In a statement posted on his official Facebook page, Atiku accused the anti-graft agency of overstepping its constitutional limits, describing Kazare's detention as part of a troubling trend of political intimidation under the current administration. According to Atiku, Kazare, an outspoken critic of the Tinubu government, was allegedly picked up in Kano and transported to Abuja was reportedly being held without access to his legal team or family members. Former Vice President decried the absence of formal charges, calling it a violation of Kazare's fundamental rights. Compared the case to that of social commentator Martins Vincent Ose, popularly known as Very Dark Man, who was recently detained under similar controversial circumstances and later released after public outcry. Atiku, who was the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, concluded by warning that the public is closely observing these actions and that history will judge those who abuse power. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has received a formal petition from the All Progressives Congress APC Young Leaders Alliance, urging the agency to reopen and intensify its investigation into corruption allegations against the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale. Petition was delivered during a peaceful protest held at the EFCC headquarters in Abuja, where members of a group called for accountability over alleged misconduct during Matawale's tenure as governor of Zamfara State. In a statement signed by the group's convener, Mohammed Ireji, the protesters criticized the EFCC for what they described as a lack of urgency in pursuing the case and called for swift, transparent action. Petition was received by EFCC Acting Director of Security, Idowu Adedeji, who assured the group that their concerns will be duly addressed and that the matter will receive appropriate attention. Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, has extended heartfelt condolences to the family of a late Chief Imam of Maru Central Jumat Mosque, Alkali Suleiman, who was brutally murdered alongside 2 of his children after being abducted by bandits. Representing the minister, a delegation led by the Zamfara State Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Ibrahim Damgaladima, paid a condolence visit to Maru town. To support the grieving family, Matawale donated 5 million naira along with 10 bags of rice and 10 cartons each of spaghetti and macaroni. He offered prayers for the souls of the deceased and asked for divine strength for the bereaved family, the Maru Emirate, and the entire community to bear the tragic loss. Condemning the increasing attacks on religious leaders, Matawale decried the evolving strategies of criminal elements in the region and reiterated the federal government's commitment to curbing insecurity. He assured the public that the Ministry of Defense is ramping up operations in Zamfara and across the northwest, including the deployment of additional personnel. The minister also called on citizens to support security efforts by providing credible intelligence, emphasizing that national security is a shared responsibility that transcends political or religious affiliations. Responding on behalf of the community, the Emir of Maru, Abubakar Gado Maigari, expressed deep appreciation for the visit and the minister's support. He described Matawale's gesture as a meaningful source of comfort for the bereaved and encouraged him to continue his humanitarian and security interventions. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf on Friday facilitated the release of 8 female inmates from the Goron Duse Correctional Center after clearing their fines and compensation fees. The gesture was disclosed in a statement by the governor's spokesperson, Sanusi Baturi Tofa, who noted that the intervention followed an unscheduled visit by Governor Yusuf to the facility, accompanied by senior government officials. During the visit, Governor Yusuf said his aim was to assess the living conditions of inmates and identify areas where the state could improve welfare and rehabilitation services. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to enhancing correctional facilities and supporting the phased release of individuals jailed for minor offenses. The governor also expressed concern over the large number of inmates awaiting trial, revealing that out of 1,939 inmates at the center, only 382 had been convicted, while 1,536 remained in pre-trial detention. Among those freed were 2 pregnant women and 2 nursing mothers. The Commissioner of Police, Kogi State Command, Mila Dantawaye, has urged officers of Course 7 from the ongoing in-house refresher training to remain committed to professionalism, diligence, and enhanced service delivery. According to a statement released on Saturday by the Command's Public Relations Officer, William Aya Dantawaye, delivered the charge during the officers' graduation ceremony in Lokoja. He emphasized the importance of mental preparedness and proficient weapons handling as essential tools sustaining the command's ongoing efforts to combat crime across the state. Northern governors and traditional rulers met in Kaduna on Saturday to deliberate on critical issues affecting the region, with insecurity expected to top the agenda. High-level meeting held at Sir Kashim Ibrahim Convention Government House brought together key stakeholders to discuss not only security concerns, but also the region's socio-economic challenges, including poverty, the rising number of out-of-school children, and underdevelopment. Governors from Zamfara, Kebbi, Gombe, Niger State, and prominent traditional leaders, including the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Saad Abubakar, the Emir of Zawzaw, Ahmed Bamali, the Esut Nupe, Emirs of Zamfara, Bauchi, Katsina, Ilorin, and Kefi, among others, were in attendance. The meeting, chaired by the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum and Governor of Gombe State, Inuwa Yahya, aims to foster collaboration between political and traditional leaders in developing effective strategies to address the region's persistent challenges. 9 people have been confirmed dead following coordinated attacks by suspected herdsmen on 2 communities in Benue State on Friday afternoon, despite the presence of security forces in the area. The assaults occurred in Ayilamo, located in the Tumbo ward of Logo local government area, and in Jatu Aka Kwande local government area. According to eyewitness accounts, more than 20 armed attackers stormed Jatu Aka in broad daylight, opening fire on residents. 6 people were killed instantly in the attack. Assailants reportedly proceeded to the Ayilamo through the Ikungagwa axis, where 3 more people were killed, including an officer of a Benue State Livestock Guard. Speaking to reporters, community leader Choyanvenda Iguitu said the swift response from soldiers and police likely prevented the complete takeover of Ayilamo. A youth leader in Jatu Aka, Lawrence Akeriba, also confirmed the attack, stating the invaders arrived around 4 p.m., fired on civilians, and set several homes on fire. The incident adds to the growing concerns over security in Benue and the vulnerability of rural communities to violent incursions. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has strongly condemned the recent terrorist attack in Vasaran Valley, Pagama, India, describing it as a senseless and brutal act of violence. In a statement, Speaker Abbas expressed deep condolence to the government and people of India over the incident, which claimed the lives of 26 civilians and left many others injured. He urged both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint, reconsider recent suspensions of bilateral agreements, and pursue renewed constructive dialogue. According to the Speaker, long-term peace and regional stability can only be achieved through diplomatic engagement, intelligence sharing, and strengthened law enforcement cooperation. Still to come, Modi meets security chiefs in New Delhi amid ongoing tensions with Pakistan. Thousands rally for the EU in Bucharest ahead of presidential election runoff. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that...
When the main market is in chaos, people...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Damaged buildings and vehicles were seen in Jammu, Indian-administered Kashmir, on Saturday. Police said 5 were killed in Jammu region in attacks by Pakistan on Saturday morning. Newsmen witnesses also reported multiple blasts in Jammu city. The Indian Army said in a statement late on Friday that drones were sighted in 26 locations across a wide area of India's west and northwest from Kashmir and states bordering Pakistan to the edge of the Arabian Sea. The old foes have been clashing since India struck several areas that it described as terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan on Wednesday, retaliation for the deadly attack on Hindu terrorists in Indian Kashmir last month. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday met the chiefs of all 3 armed forces, Chief of Defence Staff, National Security Advisor, and Defence Minister, amid ongoing tensions with Pakistan. Elsewhere, locals in several parts of India's northern Punjab and northwestern Rajasthan state on Saturday found fragments of various unidentified projectiles after Pakistan said it launched a military operation against New Delhi. A large piece of missile-like fragment was found by locals in a field in Barma, Rajasthan, which was subsequently retrieved by police. Similar fragments have been found in Jaisalmer and Pokhran, according to local media reports. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday said that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire amid both countries launching strikes and counterstrikes against each other's military installations. Trump, however, congratulates both countries on using common sense and great intelligence in a post on Truth Social. Ukrainian soldiers and medics in Zaporozhye says the 3-day ceasefire declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin made no difference on the front lines. Stanislav, a soldier with Ukraine's 128th Brigade, reported continued shelling, drone attacks, and even attempted Russian advances during the truce period. Wounded troops kept arriving at the field hospital overnight, Friday into Saturday, highlighting ongoing clashes. Ukraine's foreign minister called the ceasefire a farce, citing over 700 Russian violations. Russia, meanwhile, accused Ukraine of nearly 500 attacks and border incursions. Neither side has verified the other's claims.
There hasn't been any ceasefire. Shelling has continued just as before. FPVs, first-person view drones, flew just like before, the same with explosives being dropped. Nothing has changed at all. Look, we were driving today, there were mortars all the way. Advance parties moved forward, they tried to attack. To cut a long story short, there were stupid situations. The same as usual, we got used to it. They will never change. Just the opposite, we know that if they declare some sort of ceasefire it will be exactly the opposite. They keep shooting, we are at the Zaporizhia front line, we have been at different points of the front line and everywhere possible there have been violations of the ceasefire. Despite the declarations. We are used to this. The same with Zaporizhia NPP, nuclear power station, when the OSCE delegation, EDS note, meaning international monitors, OSCE representatives have not been present at Zaporizhia NPP. We're heading there, they said they would not shoot, but in every case, somehow they always violate something. Them Moscows, EDS note, Muscovites, pejorative for Russians, we are used to their ways. We will never be friends again. Russians continued attacks, shelling, drones dumping explosives, FPV drones, cluster bombs, shooting.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Saturday met and welcomed in Kremlin the leader of Vietnamese Communist Party, To Lam, for his unofficial visit to Russia, timed with 80th anniversary of victory over Nazi Germany. Putin thanked him for arriving and reminded that the Vietnamese volunteers fought alongside Red Army soldiers against invading Germans in the Battle of Moscow in 1941. To Lam, who attended military parade on Red Square the day before, spoke about the significance of a victory the World War II, and added that hope that a special military operation would end in the coming months or days.
I would like to remind to all our colleagues and the citizens of both countries that the contingent of Vietnamese volunteers, internationalists, has taken part in the 1941 Battle of Moscow during the Great Patriotic War.
I would like to congratulate the people of Russia for their achievements in the last few years and hope that the special military operation will end in the coming months or days.
In February 2022, Putin ordered to start what has been defined as the special military operation in Ukraine, with tens of thousands of troops crossing into the border of a neighboring country. Ahead of V-Day celebrations, Putin announced a 3-day ceasefire for the period of festivities, while Ukraine proposed a 30-day truce. U.S. President Donald Trump posted a video on Truth Social on Friday, saying he had signed an executive order to encourage migrants who are in the United States illegally to depart the country voluntarily. The Project Homecoming initiative will encourage migrants to self-deport with the assistance of the federal government and financial support, or face enforcement and penalties, according to Trump's recorded message published on his Truth Social account. Trump, a Republican, took office in January, pledging to deport millions of people, but so far has trailed deportations under his Democratic predecessor, Joe Biden. The Biden administration faced high levels of illegal immigration and quickly returned many caught crossing the border, driving up deportation numbers. The Trump administration had tried to encourage migrants to leave voluntarily by threatening steep fines, trying to strip away legal status, and deporting migrants to notorious prisons in Guantanamo Bay and El Salvador.
Today I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP Home. That's CBP Home, where illegals can book a free flight to any foreign country. As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want. We're also adding a very important exit bonus for illegals to further incentivize their self-deportation. This deportation bonus will save American taxpayers billions and billions of dollars.
Local tourists in Shanghai on Saturday were optimistic that a trade deal will be reached as China and the United States start their first major trade war II meeting in Switzerland. China hit back by imposing export curbs on some rare earth elements vital to U.S. manufacturers of weapons and electronic consumer goods, and raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%. It also imposed extra levies on some products, including soybeans and liquefied natural gas. Wang Yuantao, a 20-year-old tourist in Shanghai, said his post-graduation job prospects have been negatively impacted by the trade war, but believes the ball is in the U.S. court.
They are holding China-U.S. trade war talks in Switzerland today. Personally, I think after dragging it out for nearly half a month, the U.S. recently showed goodwill and sincerity by inviting China to negotiate on tariffs. China has not agreed so far, feeling that the U.S. has been acting like a child playing games, lacking genuine sincerity. Maybe, the U.S. negotiating in the morning and changing stance in the afternoon. But this time, the U.S. seems to be showing real sincerity. I think this tariff war should soon reach a conclusion. The China-U.S. tariff war has nothing to do with Chinese people, and no impact our daily lives. However, it has a huge impact on Americans. Many everyday products, especially light industrial goods, are imported from China. For example, toys, bedding, cotton products, and textiles, they are all imported from China. For their people, Americans, the impact is very big.
I believe an agreement will eventually be reached, but it's just a matter of time. China won't compromise easily. For this trade war, it depends how long the US wants to continue. That's about it.
Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng resumed talks with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Saturday afternoon in Geneva to enter the first step towards defusing a trade war that is disrupting the global economy. Bessent and he were meeting after weeks of growing tensions with duties on goods imports between the world's two largest economies have soared far beyond 100%. A highly anticipated meeting in Switzerland could mark one of the biggest developments since U.S. President Donald Trump launched sweeping tariffs on April 2, which threw the global trade landscape into chaos and set off extreme market volatility. Swiss Economy Minister Guy Parmelin met both parties in Geneva on Friday, said the fact that the talks were taking place was already a success. Iran has agreed to hold a fourth round of indirect nuclear talks with the United States on Sunday in Oman. A semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Friday, citing a member of the Iranian team. The fourth round of negotiations, initially scheduled for May 3 in Rome, was postponed with mediator Oman citing logistical reasons. U.S. President Donald Trump, who withdrew the U.S. from a 2015 nuclear deal between Iran and world powers, has threatened to bomb Iran if no agreement is reached with his administration to resolve the long-standing dispute. More than 150,000 residents of 5 towns in Spain's Catalonia region were warned to stay inside on Saturday after a fire at an industrial estate caused a toxic cloud of chlorine over a wide area. Catalan Fire Brigade released video of the firefighters trying to put out the blaze, which started at a swimming pool cleaning products company at 2:20 a.m. local time in Vilanova, Ila Getro. No one has been hurt in the fire, Catalan Emergency Services said on Saturday, but residents in Vilanova, Ila Cetre, Sant Pere d'Ubes, Cubiles Cunit and Calafel were sent a message on their mobile phones telling them to remain indoors. Trains which were due to pass through the area were held up, roads were blocked, and other events were abandoned. Thousands of people rallied in Romania's capital Bucharest and other cities in support of the European Union on Friday, 1 week before a presidential election runoff that could see a hard-right Eurosceptic sweep into power. Harriet nationalist George Simeon won the first round of the presidential ballot on Sunday, and an opinion survey earlier this week showed him leading ahead of a May 18 runoff vote against centrist Bucharest mayor Nicosa Dan. Simeon, 38, opposes military aid to Ukraine, is critical of the EU leadership and says he is aligned with US President Donald Trump's Make America Great Again movement. Analysts have said a Simeon victory could isolate Romania, erode private investment, and destabilize NATO's eastern flank, where Bucharest plays a key role in providing logistical support to Ukraine as it fights a 3-year-old Russian invasion. In Bucharest on Friday, an estimated 15,000 people rallied, waving EU and Romanian flags and chanting. In a televised debate on Thursday, Dan, 55, a two-term mayor of Bucharest, running as an independent centrist on an honest Romania ticket, fully backed EU plans to arm itself. In contrast, Simeon suggested he would veto Brussels' military aid to Ukraine, while saying that Europe should depend on NATO for its own defense.
I was seriously thinking about taking out a loan for an apartment, but I don't know that I could do that if George Simeon were president. Our EU membership brought us prosperity and security.
I participated in the Erasmus project all over the continent and I made connections in several countries, and I will always be grateful for these opportunities that I have had.
I think it is important to think about how we can support democracy and how important it is for each of us to do something. Each of us who are here, I believe we will go to vote, and it is important for us to have a voice and to make ourselves heard, to take advantage of this right and to exercise it to the fullest, firstly through our voices here at the protest and secondly through voting.
mi-aș dori să ne mai încălzim și eu și dumneavoastră vocile și sper să...
Nimic altceva decât solidaritate, armonie și
Brazil's Felipe Toledo claimed victory at the Gold Coast Pro on Saturday, defeating Australian wildcard Julian Wilson in a thrilling final 10 years after the first showdown at the same event. Wilson, 36, recently announced plans to return to the tour in 2025 and earn the sport via trials. On his way to the final, he eliminated top names including Italo Ferreira and Kanwa Igarashi with spectacular aerials. Toledo, back on tour after a mental health break, was in top form, scored the event's only perfect 10 in the semi-finals, and sealed the win with a 17.60 hit total. Wilson came close with a late 8.8 ride, but fell just 0.4 points short, echoing the result of a 2015 clash. In the women's final, a wise Bettilo Sakura Johnson and a first World Tour win, outscoring Australian veteran Sally Fitzburn with a dominant 15.0 hit total after a season of early exits. Manchester City striker Erling Haaland is in contention to start against Southampton this weekend. Manager Pep Guardiola said after the Norwegian striker recovered from an ankle injury that kept him sidelined for nearly 6 weeks. With 21 goals in the Premier League, Haaland was a contender for the top scorer's Golden Boot award, but has slipped to third behind Liverpool's Mohamed Salah, 28, and Newcastle's United Alexander Isak, 23. City are third in the standings with 3 games left, 3 points behind second place Arsenal and a point above Newcastle.
Impact on Leverkusen has done have been unbelievable. I think all the managers that who had the opportunity and the pleasure to have him as a player always will realize that will be a manager. And you know, going to Germany and fight face-to-face against Bayern Munich, that always is so difficult. And last season was unbeaten except the last game against Atalanta in the Europa League final. And the way they play, the way they improve the players. So I think Leverkusen himself has to be so proud for this.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
Top of the morning to you and welcome to your favorite TV show on Signature TV, New Day, a show where we bring you in-depth analysis and of course fresh perspectives of events across Nigeria and beyond. Welcome. Today is the 10th day of May 2025 and we promise to get you inspired and keep you informed. You can be a part of this conversation. I invite you to go on over to our social media platforms. We are live 247 on YouTube, Facebook at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment and share. We want to hear your thoughts. And we are live also on SLTV channel 265. And of course, go on over to your Google Play Store and download Signature TV app. I'm your host, Chigi Chiagorom, newspaper headlines and review after now. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, welcome again to Signature TV's New Day, your favorite weekend show. And welcome to newspaper headlines. First up, Saturday Tribune. And just above the mass, man rapes 12-year-old daughter of woman friend in Ondo on page 29. Ibadan woman tells court, my husband laced our floor with charm and dared me to cross it. On page 12, 2025 UTME, JAMB withholds 39,834 results from four exam malpractices. Just below the Saturday Tribune mast, PDP set to drag defectors to court with rider loses 3 more senators to APC. At Awolowo's 38th memorial anniversary service, cleric asks leaders to build enduring legacies. Glow explains how its product can improve performance in UTME and other exams. And finally, on the Saturday Tribune, youths flock to cocoa farming as price surges. Next up, the Guardian Weekend. NNPC diversifies as Tenor Bulk. Giverton unites to birth unity shipping. Time to prepare for war on truth, part 1. Intrigues in Kano APC over Kwankwaso's planned return to the party. Then below the mass, despite penalty clause, public officers defy asset declaration law on pages 8 and 9 of the Weekend Guardian. Prioritize uniting a fragmented world, Catholics urge Pope Leo XIV. Why JAMB withheld results of 39,834 UTME candidates, the listed 4 centers coming from Uluede. Nigeria's logistics sector will, I'll take that again, Nigeria's logistics sector will worth over $3 trillion by 2030, says minister. Finally, on the Guardian Weekend, Quarterly initiatives in Nigeria, a welcome development, says Tinubu. Over to the Saturday Nation, and above the mast, federal government forges ahead with Naira 4 crude policy implementation. With riders Dangote, we are not in competition with NNPCL, oil giants real firm commitment to energy security. And JAB releases 2025 UTME result withholds 39,834 over malpractices. More trouble as fresh wave of defections hits PDP on page 4 with riders. 3 Kebbi senators meet Tinubu to join APC next week. Jigawa minority leader, hundreds of supporters dump party. President hosts Sokoto, Kebbi governors and stakeholders. Ganduje APC has mechanisms for smooth integration of defectors. Pope Leo XIV always wanted to be priest, coming from brother. Confusion trails gunmen attack on travelers in Imo. With rioters, police kill suspected IPOB ESN member in Okigwe shootout, and no extraction process against Ekpe, coming from AGF. Alleged $1.04 million fraud. Supreme Court sends Ajudua back to jail, revokes bail granted by appeal court. Finally, on the Saturday Nation, suspected headsmen kill 9 in Benue communities. Then over to the blueprint weekend. Federal government to repatriate 15,000 stranded Nigerians in Chad, Cameroon and Benin. Despite tariff hikes, telecom electricity consumers lament poor services. With riders, no improvements in service delivery after hikes from consumers. We switch from one network to another in search of better connections from subscribers, and government should call them to order. Students. From romance to revenge, the Rahama Sadao you didn't know. JAMB officially releases results with host 39,834 over malpractice. Police rescue 25 Ivorians from kidnappers, arrest 8 suspects. Hajj committee inspects pilgrims feeding facilities in Medina. AGF reaffirms federal government's commitment to accountable, transparent justice administration, all on pages 6, 7, and 10 respectively. And finally, on the blueprint weekend, NAS needs to embrace digitalization, coming from CNA. On the weekend trust, JAMB releases UTME results with hosts 39,834 on page 17. Deputy governors who may lose seats on page 8, and 3 KB PDP senators defect to APC on page 17. The rise, struggles of top northern brands, and clapback, privileged children fighting political battles. Federal government to repatriate 15,000 Nigerians stranded abroad on page 17. And finally, Pope Leo XIV, Bill Gates, Ekpabio, Dangote, Wigwe, Shehu Sani in the spotlight. So that's how much you can take on our newspaper headlines. And we'll move over quickly to our newspaper reviews. And Chris, the Oracle Madoka, is in the studio as usual to do justice to our review. Good morning.
Good morning, Chiki.
I don't get it.
Chiki was, what don't you get? Now you are looking brighter. And despite, I'm suspecting you, despite this hardship, each time I look at your face, you shine and shine.
You know, with a new day comes new messages, so I guess I'm enjoying.
What's the secret? Oh, new days.
The new mercy of God.
Okay. Thank God for
Good morning,
mercy.
Chris. Good to see you.
Yes. Let's start from the last the weekend trust.
Yes.
It's interesting. The rise, the struggle of top northern brands, a new set of brands emerging in Nigerian political
scene.
Is a sphere. And they seem to be privileged children fighting political battles. And it's good that the privileged children are coming back to fight political battles that their parents could not finish before they left the scene. They want to continue. Our question is, when privileged children come back to resume political battles, to whose interests? Their fathers. Well, there's a way the Bible put it. It says your fathers ate the
they saw the fruits.
Yeah.
And
I set the teeth of the children on edge.
Yeah. Now, is it that same thing applying here? That they are all coming back to fight whose interest? To continue the interest their parents left them because they are privileged. For how long will privileged people hand over battles on their privilege, and they continue to hand over baton of political battles to their privileged children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and Nigeria becomes that big political business, and the culture of perpetuation continues, that the privileged children from privileged parents, privileged political positions, continue privileged battles. And what happens to the less privileged like us? Where do we find ourselves in this sphere of things? Then we continue on, and when two elephants fight, the grass will suffer, and these are the less privileged, and they continue to fight, and we suffer. So good luck to the privileged children who have risen to fight privileged political battles. Wish them privileged success. But we only plead they remember us in their privileged battles. Because not everybody will be privileged to get into the political battle of Nigeria. Well, the JAMB issue cut across the newspapers. JAMB releases results, withheld 39,834. It is one of the highest in the recent times.
Yes, it is.
Of results withheld. And when we ask, now if 39,834 are withheld, how many were released? The percentage is so high. What is this trend? And they tried to justify that how many millions scored less than 200? More than 70%.
Well, someone was saying that it means that they have tightened their grip on malpractice. That's why there's a lot of colossal failure this year, because malpractice is no longer as easy, to get involved in.
Well, let's say that we're overrating JAMB, and the JAMB is overrated. If they just tightened belts now, it means the result, all those they've released to go to university and come back are suspect.
Already questionable.
So for how long? So JAMB is overrated, and I put it to them, they're overrated. If what happened to WAEC did not happen to JAMB, we will not sit up, because they will not see competition. JAMB is overrated, and they're just wasting life of people. If you just wake up now and these children will go back to, what do even JAMB doing? Why do we have a centralized JAMB system? When Nigeria was Nigeria, you sit for exam of university.
Yes.
You can sit for 5 universities.
Yes.
At least the show is that you will not sit at home. With centralized JAMB, they just play with the life of Nigerian youth. And their system is not perfect. Let them not tell us, because if their system is not perfect all the time, it's not in 2025 it will be perfect.
Some of the CBT centers had their computers crash during that.
And some young people are going to pay for this price. Let me tell you, the cost of parenting at this time and keeping children at home that do not have any useful thing they do is part of the problem of Nigeria. If you have not seen it, please go and test it. We are talking from experience. Keeping children at home, you don't have anything to give them. No food, no anything that would occupy their energy, their prime energy. Nothing to engage them that is useful. They just roll at home. I am here in the studios of Signature TV, and I left my children at home. Nothing. Practically, they're just passing through hard times, just like their parents. And even because if they go to the struggles to get along with their fellows in the university trying to do something, can only get back to you when they remember, oh, Daddy, I'm hungry. But when you wake up, Daddy, I'm hungry, in the evening, the afternoon, nothing. And they will tell you that they sat for JAMB and failed. Nigeria overrated JAMB. If they don't do anything about it, this is part of the thing that will crash Nigeria. Young Nigerians are getting involved in so many negative vices.
True.
That's me, and I've spoken. I can't be proven wrong because I don't have all the wisdom. But this I'm talking from my own experience, sharing. And some people, I'm sure, have similar experience, and JAMB cannot be playing the life of people. They don't have the right. If their system they cannot handle and they overwhelmed in this generation, then they should scrap them. And some people who can handle this thing come up. JAMB is overrated. And it has issue with Nigeria that has so many number of young Nigerians. We pay the price more. So let them have other people who can help them organize exams for universities. Because there's nothing universal about them. They have been also being hit by the corruption bug of Nigeria has eaten also JAMB. When their results are being released, as if the students that are getting the sense of it are having it on their laptops and everywhere in the computer, you search in the net, you get it. Who releasing it? JAMB failed. Let them not push it to young Nigerian innocent people. They're going to sort themselves out. In Sunday Times, IED explodes near mosque. Injures 4 in Borno. It's, what do I say? Or just to come up to keep saying Nigeria is still, we're still bleeding. We are still bleeding. And we have bled enough. This same issue, you see the issue of also herdsmen attack the other newspaper in Benue continues. And I marked it up here and I said, herdsmen attack the killing fields continued in Benue. How long can this happen? What is happening to us? Can't Nigerians, they keep, the other day I learned that National Assembly is planning an emergency conference on security. And I said, they could have done that 10 years ago. There's no need waiting further. The life of Nigeria, this is how we are melting away like wax before the fire. Before the sun. What is happening? Does it not matter again? Being a Nigerian, is that why these people that have died every day were counted numbers? Is it just their own error? For just being Nigerians? That's why I'm crying. Just for being a Nigerian, you are dying for nothing you know nothing about. People are here killing and killing and killing. And we have the security forces. And we have not sat together to declare full-time war on this and fight it once and for all. Because there's no need painting it again. It has gotten to the point there.
Well, most people are advocating for self-defense.
Self-defense is even worse.
It is worse.
Can you imagine the first, before the thing consolidates, who will bury the corpses in the street? Nigerians are under pressure. And of course, the politicians won't allow you self-defense. If they have weaponized poverty, they can't go with their convoys. They can't, display affluence. The way they do it, if you want to die. We are privileged. And they wouldn't allow it. Beyond the fact that Nigerians, can you imagine on the traffic? It just happened, you horn in the traffic, somebody turn and start rain abuses and throwing stone at your car. Such pressure has become Nigeria that we allow them. You say, Nigerians will finish themselves before they think about the enemies. That is another angle. But most important is that the people who are brought us to this level will not allow it to happen. Because when people turn around, they could not eat, they could not do anything, and the hiking, they cannot survive. What they will do is to carry the gun and start looking for their common enemies. And only God knows who these common enemies are. Because people know who their enemies are. Or who their perceived enemies are. And they can be wrong. And then it means another, double wahala for dead body. And despite, in blueprint, telecom, electricity, consumers lament poor services, despite tariff hikes. Everybody
can
people
attest.
Still come.
Yeah, everybody can attest.
This morning, you can't make calls. You can't send text. You can, since yesterday, some things I sent cannot go. And Nigerians are just like that. The authorities that license these people are there. Don't we have any CC? Our telecom companies, a small man business, why are they riding? And nobody, this is a country where people, majority of Nigeria, you see the money, you'll be making call. Few seconds into your call, they think you don't hear anything again. But you look at your call is running.
Yes.
The person on the other side will hear, they then, and you cut it and they charge you.
They charge you.
Drop calls. Then CC is there. So
then don't even go towards data.
What kind of country is
data,
this?
Data subscription.
Is it that all the people that failed in all the areas, they come to Nigeria, this because it cannot happen in certain places. The consumers have a protection. You have consumer protection.
Interestingly, I had a meeting with someone in South Africa, and I was apologizing as I had issues with my network. And the man said, Nigerians, why do you people always complain about network issues? It was alien to him. He didn't understand. And I said, it's the telecom companies that wouldn't do the same in their home countries that are giving us, problematic, networks. So in their places, they do better. But in Nigeria, we don't
care where they come from. If you have a system in Nigeria that tells you, if you want to operate here, you up your game.
Yes.
But in this place where the rat in the bush, in the home, we go and tell the one in the bush, there's meat over the fire. Come. That's how. Round robin corruption.
What happened to the spirit of patriotism? What happened to Nigeria?
I don't know. Because there was something, a newspaper headline here I saw, and he said, let me see that, where I wanted to link it up to when you see a small goat, the big goat is eating the fodder, and the small ones are looking at the mouth.
Yes.
So you're asking me about patriotism. Who will bring patriotism when the leaders? You don't see any element. Yeah, is this guidance newspaper? And I thought about it when you are going through it. Despite penalty and clauses and all, public officers defy assets declaration. Has the governors declared the assets? Are the members of National Assembly declared assets? Have the people who occupy Asorok declared assets? And who looked at the asset declaration forms? Who authenticates it? You are looking at public officers, probably the civil servant. If the first child of the house do not crawl, why would the second one run? This zero. That's actually what I was talking about when it came to my mind. So you can see, patriotism. When the people you are looking at are no single way patriotic, what are we talking about? That's why in Nigeria, a lot of our people have forgotten anything about patriotism. They don't even listen to government again, because they believe that everybody in that occupy those privileged positions are telling their lies. They are not seeing anything. Do as I say, but don't forget the way I act. How can you be a leader? You are not leading from the front. And you are deceiving people. Declare asset. Just mouth. Have you come up, declare yours? And then said, if you don't declare, look at mine. Then you begin to act. Why is the moral justification? That's why. Only people who pay tax in Nigeria are the ones civil servants they collect from source. The big name that make Nigeria dry are not paying tax because Nigeria allows them to amass money that they can use to buy up Nigeria. That is the problem. You get somebody so much power. The giant, you allow him to, when you held him on the ground, you did not slap and beat the giant. When the giant struggle to stand up, that's when you start jumping up to slap. It's crazy. It's an error. You allow Nigerian business people to accumulate money until they begin to use bullion farms to use your money in their society. and then later you become the attorney general and the man offer you 100 billion. You go home and tell your children, I can't accept it. The children, if the children do not kill you, your townsmen will kill you. There's so many things that will kill you because they offer you bribe you cannot receive. Because the system allows that massiveness of corruption. The other day we were reviewing the case. They said, it's not me, they say it's them that wrote in the newspaper that in account of people who were moved away from the NNPCL, that they find 3 point something billion of dollars or something. I don't know how much, 8 billion naira.
Yes. 3
or whatever amount is. But something that makes you, with a man, I say 81 billion. And I say a single individual with such amount is that, what can he buy? I keep repeating this system. So the banks are declaring large profit because politicians will corrupt money, invest it, and they're turning around, round robin, and we're declaring mass profit where the Nigerians are dying. This is a system. This system is faulty. This system is faulty. So it makes Nigerians, nobody want to follow the right thing. Even our children, everybody want a gombute. Because they looked around, nobody's working hard for their money. Everybody is depending on Nigeria and waiting for his turn. Why should somebody wait for your turn? Join the line. Everything moves. Why are you waiting? Everybody is praying. People are going to church. People are going to mosque. People are going to traditional. In my state, Anambra, that's where the governor is fighting Gombute, Ezewai, Ezedibia. All children, Yahoo, everywhere. People are just struggling to make money they didn't work for. Because the leaders are making money they did not work for. And they want the system to clean. It cannot work. Let us be sincere. So, despite penalty clause, public officers defy. I said, no, we will not. Start with yourself. Who is the leader of the public officers? In everywhere there's leaders. And there's always a pattern of madness. Even madness have a pattern. Why is the Nigerian kind of madness no pattern? No pattern. Everything, even in madness, there's a pattern. Everything have a style and pattern. Nigerian madness do not have pattern and style. It's from any source you come. Even when you are not effective, you come invest in Nigeria, milk Nigerians like go. CBEX, when they were with Nigerian money, nobody is talking about it. It's died. Have you heard about CBEX in the newspaper? How much Nigerians that their money went with it? This is the country. Another one will come with another name. CSC will register it. EFCC will authenticate it. They will make Nigeria dry and go and we'll talk it. Okay? PDP, the last one. PDP said to drag defectors to court. You know why I laugh? Good luck to PDP. You know why? Most of them that are PDP defected to PDP. Who sued them to court? Do you tell people? My father said, "You know, I'm a political being like you. I decide to go to join Chigi party. You are suing me, and over time, people you join the Chigi party. You didn't sue them, and people join your party, Chris Maduka party. I didn't sue them. Now that people are leaving my party to join Chigi, that's why I sue them. Something is wrong in the system. That's why I said, if from the one go, there's a law that said nobody defects. Join where you want to join. Where you want to defect, make sure that you are defecting alone.
Even when there is a law who implements.
No, that's what I'm saying. So this one is just pursuing shadow. They've left the substance of pursuing shadow. And like I told you, so when the people are still running around the court, the election will be over. So PDP, wish you good luck. Still give to court. Even all the oppositions, keep going to court, pursuing shadows while your house is burning down. Anything that is the dog who the gods has caused to die, they first make him deaf. Okay. You make him. He will not perceive that COVID sickness. He won't perceive the odor of shit.
All right.
And that's it. God bless Nigeria.
God bless Nigeria. God bless you, Chris. Thank you so much for your time on this review. All right. Don't go anywhere. We still have more in store for you. New Day continues right after this break. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, Every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Well, many thanks for staying with us. This is still a new day, and like we promised, we make our promises come true. We have an interesting topical issue actually on digital technology and Nigeria's development. How can we leverage digital technology in building Nigeria, whether economically, financially, and otherwise? We have an expert, a cyber engineer, an expert in digital technology in the studio to do justice to this subject matter, Engineer Nzube Ndiokwelu. Good morning, Engineer Nzube. Thank you for joining us this morning on the program. So let me guess, are you a Red Cap chief or
yes.
You are?
Yeah. My name is Nze Chinemelu.
Interesting.
Yes.
Nze Chinemelu.
Yes.
You're definitely from Anambra State.
Yes, I am.
What part?
Agrata.
Great, great.
Actually, in Agrata.
It's interesting where young people are, giving chieftaincies. It's interesting. Yeah. I hope you're enjoying your role as an Nze.
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's not why we're here. Let's talk digital technology. So I guess everybody has an idea of what digital technology means, right? Once you talk digital, someone is thinking about a phone, a device of some sort. But I want you to just give us a definition of digital technology. Maybe it goes beyond the scope of just having a smart device. So what exactly is digital technology?
Okay. Thank you very much. So digital technology encompasses technological advancements or achievements which have to do or are powered in the digital realm, and these devices or technologies span from hardware to software developments. So when you talk about digital technologies, you're not just referring to only the hardware of the digital technology, you're also referring to the software component of it. So the entire infrastructural backbone or the entire ecosystem is what you now look at digital technologies. Okay. So we could narrow down into, let's say, hardware, and you're talking about, let's say, smart computing device, internet devices, and edge computing also, and data centers, and even televisions. Okay. These are digital devices. And if you narrow into the software, you take a look at the operating systems and then the AI models, and these are also digital technology, products of digital technologies. Yeah.
Okay, how has digital technology evolved over the years? Just give us a little bit of a history here and where we are currently.
Okay, so in the Industrial Revolution, we had the third industrial
revolution. That thought,
yeah.
You are speaking a lot of computeries technologies, in quotes. I'll need you to break them down, because there are some words you actually mentioned and my head is going like, what? Okay. And I'm sure so many people are not computer whiz kids like you. Let's backtrack and then use English.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so let's start from the first computing device that you must have known, which is the abacus. Okay. And these are what we are taught in our secondary schools, and this came, these are like the early edge computing devices.
You do know Chinese still use abacus to teach their kids?
Yes, it's actually an efficient means of calculating. So people have alternative means of juggling numbers, and abacus
I'm telling
is
you.
Yes.
Wow, go ahead, please.
Okay, so you start from the abacus, and then at the period around the 1950s, we came around transistors and resistors, and then this now led to circuitry and logic gates, and then we could now implement logic on a circuit.
Okay.
You know, so from that you had IBM come out with their clusters, and then from IBM we now have Microsoft devices, and then from the Microsoft devices we came into personal computing devices. So when I talk Microsoft device, I'm not just talking about Microsoft, I'm just talking about the era. I'm not trying to get into the details. So so we went from IBM coming out with the hardware and computing, and then Microsoft innovating on the software side. Then after that, we now had personal computing that rolled out all over the world.
PCs.
Thank you very much. And then we now had the laptops. And then from there, we now started, Moore's law, which says that the number of transistors on a chip would actually double every 2 years, kept accelerating. Yeah, there's a law.
Is a law.
Yeah. There's a law that governs, and even in the AI age, there's a law that's actually governing how progress is making. So you can actually project where you're going to be in the future. So
are you serious?
Yeah. So
no, wait. Let me take that in.
Yeah.
This is blowing my mind. You said that Moore's law says that the number of chips, transmitters,
transistors and resistors you can fit onto a chip doubles every 2 years.
So that's why you get even smaller devices with more capacity.
So we kept miniaturizing the
Are
ability.
you kidding me?
So that today you can now have an edge computing device even on your wrist.
On your wrist?
Yeah, your smartwatches. I mean, these were actually inconceivable to anybody that existed in the 70s and the 80s. So, you had technology advancing in that manner. And then right now, it has reached a stage where technology is no longer being limited by its own advancement. It's now being limited by our own advancements in different areas. So you could talk about energy. So as you now scale, you need energy to now power these computing devices that are now getting increased capacity and the ability to do a whole lot more,
Okay, I want to write something because my head is just explaining with a lot of, exploding rather with a lot of wow moments.
All
right, okay. So now let's talk AI.
Yeah.
So it seems as though, but before we talk about AI, I want to ask you this important question. Now there's this popular graph, right, that is true for most, disciplines. Right, the graph, the log and lag phase, where something happens, for example, digital technology, advancement, it just goes up, keeps going up, and at a point, it seems as though it stops and plateaus, right? After a while, we get a decline. I mean, that graph is universal. I use it in everything from the social sciences to, other kinds of sciences. Do you think that will happen with digital technology? Would there be a time where we have explored to the max and rather than move forward, there's a sharp decline? Or you think we'll keep going, further and further, and I mean, it's limitless?
Just like you said, that sinusoidal law governs everything, and it also applies in every sector. Yes, you might, it just depends on the observer. So for example, you could have a period where you have the technology improving.
Boost,
And then when you have the technology improve, the next thing you have is there's a
that
decline.
particular technology.
So while that decline happens, what you're going to see is the research increases.
Okay.
So while you feel that there's a decline, and what then happens is like they get miniaturized, they get cheaper, companies get efficient,
and they go up again.
Thank you very much. And then by the time that they get better at manufacturing again, they catch up to the research, and then you get the next state. So let me use something very common to every listener. Let's say the iPhone.
Okay.
It often feels like people purchase their iPhones, and then at some point they start wondering, there's not much of a difference anymore. It feels like they're just adding something new, and then it feels like there's not much of it. Then all of a sudden you see something really new, and then everybody comes back again. So what you're seeing is efficiency gets improved, productivity, and like the ability to produce efficiently, and then to actually give you more capacity and squeeze out on the current state of the art of the technology is where the phase is. But at that period where you feel that lag between, let's say, iPhone 13, 14, 15, 17, technology, the research actually has been exploding. So what you can now have to be possible on a mobile device would really feel very alien to you, let's say in 2 years' time. Yes, they're probably going to be powered by AI models. You could probably not have the need, it's probably going to be a voice-first resolution where you no longer have to be the one giving in the commands digitally, I mean, like manually. You just simply talk to your device.
am scared.
Nah,
let's talk AI. Let's talk. I mean, people. I'm a broadcaster, right?
Yeah.
And someone can actually use AI to create an image, not just, I mean, a live image with my voice texture and everything, saying something that I didn't say.
Yes.
Should we be scared of AI? Before we go into how, you know, digital technology has helped Nigeria in terms of development, let's trash AI.
Okay, so when it comes to AI is something I believe we shouldn't be scared of. We should rather actually be much more proactive in learning about this technology. We should embrace it. We should be ahead of the curve. We shouldn't be catching up to the curve. And more often than not, the challenge is when you are behind the curve, ignorance tends to mean that what you don't know, you're scared of what you don't know. But if you're ahead of the curve, you actually can't be scared of what you already know. So if you already understand that this is going to be the new normal, you imagine a future where first thing that you actually try to educate to the populace is you must verify. Trust, but verify. And these are where the interlapping of blockchain and AI now starts happening, because more often than not, people feel like these technologies are so dissimilar, but there comes a time where these technologies converge. Yeah, they converge to a point, and when they converge, you now tend to have the solutions to your question, which borders around identity. Someone could actually say, I am not who I am. How do I prove that I am who I am? So you now need digital provenance, the ability to secure and say that this information came from myself. And one of the best technologies that gives you this ability is the blockchain. So you can actually have communication over the blockchain network. So that's why I say in the future, your technological devices are going to feel very alien to you compared to now, because it's going to have to solve this conundrum of impersonation and, you know, digital theft or identity theft. So basically, you're going to have your phone take pictures. If you take a picture of yourself, you're basically going to have that picture secured on your phone, and your phone is going to have a cryptological, you know, timestamp and saying that this came from this device and this was taken by this user. So even if you send it to another person, there's an evidence that this moved from you to the another person. So you remember, if you look at the analogy,
there's a footprint.
Thank you very
that
much.
You can track.
Thank you very much. And that's, if you take a look at the blockchain technology, it's just a digital ledger.
Explain blockchain to a dummy.
It's a digital ledger.
So
when I say ledger, let me come back to the JS3.
Please, I said explain it to a dummy, like
so
a child.
Let's say you record your balance sheet and your account statements, and what you do is a manual recording.
Yes.
And then we have the single entry, the double entry system, which
basic social business studies.
Thank you very much. So if you take a look at what you were doing, there are some challenges you have in that method. You can actually have the documents lost, exposed to fire. Someone could actually tamper with them. So there are so many fault lines that you can actually
just get missing.
Thank you very much. And then all of a sudden, people are now scrambling, where is the data? So if we want to have immutable data, I mean, immutable means data that can't be tampered with. One of the best ways to secure it is on the blockchain. Now, you would say, I could actually simply just store it on my laptop or my computer. But thank you very much. Experience has also told us that it could crash. It could actually be stolen. It could actually be hacked. There's cyber theft and there's cyber crime. So these are some of the risks that you can actually get yourself exposed to when you start, moving too far or straying in trying to store your data securely. So one of the advancements which solved these challenges was the blockchain, which is just basically a digital form of that double entry, manual entry, single entry system that we have in our bookkeeping. So it's just like a digital.
Is it an app?
You could call it the internet. You wouldn't call the internet an app,
no.
But the internet is a network of networks.
Yes.
So you have different nodes in different places, all able to communicate with each other.
Okay.
Now that's the same.
So hold on. Yeah. Blockchain is not an app.
No.
But when
it's a protocol.
When tech people like you say store it in the cloud.
Yes.
is blockchain the cloud?
There's the cloud and there's the blockchain.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me hear you out.
Okay, good. So in storage, you have different means of storage. So let's say we're talking about the blockchain. You still have to secure that information in somewhere. Now you might have your ledger, which is just your entry system.
Manual entry.
Thank you very much. And even if you have it on a digital system, you still have to have it stored somewhere. Now the question is, are you storing it locally, meaning do you have a server beside you, or are you trying to rent someone's server that could be miles away from you, let's say in Oregon, America, or
like Google?
Thank you very much. You could use some of their hyperscaler data centers. Now, if you are not actually using a server that is physically present beside you in your own domain or vicinity, you are actually going to rent a server or a company that has that storage capacity. So what it's now referred to is cloud storage.
Interesting.
Yes, so it's more like you are moving through the cloud to access storage that is externally away from you.
Great.
Yes, so that's what you refer to as cloud storage.
Okay.
So you can actually have a blockchain storing its information on a cloud server, meaning it's storing its information external to the network.
So what is a blockchain? It's a ledger,
a
digital ledger that can be stored remotely.
That stores information.
Okay.
It could be remotely, it could be decentralized, it could be in a decentralized nature, it could be a centralized nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, recently, we know that there's been an explosion in digital development,
yes,
right? Not just globally, but in Nigeria. So let's talk how it has helped the economy. We see all this iPhone this, iPhone that. People are scrambling to get the latest device, in terms of smartphones and other devices. How has it boosted our economy, the Nigerian economy? Is it just for us to just be spending money and taking it away outside of the economy, or has it actually helped our GDP?
Yes.
How?
I believe the data from 2020 states that we moved from 14%, the contribution of ICT to the Nigerian economy. We moved from 14 to 15 to 17, and I believe right now we're at 20-something percent. We're around 22%.
What are the indicators?
The indicators,
because data,
okay, well,
there are a lot of things you look at when you are assessing.
If you look at the fintech penetration of Nigeria,
okay.
If you take a look at the creative economy, if you also take a look at our infrastructural rollouts in terms of data penetration, like fiber optic networks and then broadband, these are some of the indices that actually show that there is gradual progress. Now, broadband penetration in Nigeria is above 55% right now.
When you talk about broadband, you're talking about communication.
Yes, we're talking about general internet connectivity.
Okay,
Recall, I said that digital technologies
is all encompassing
the hardware and then the software.
Yeah.
So you could have developments moving on in the hardware or the infrastructure, and you could actually also have developments moving on the software side. So you take a look at the Nigerian landscape, you see a whole lot of fintechs, and then you generally feel the revolution coming around the fintechs. And that's where Nigeria has really done so well in the digital space. And then if you take a look at the infrastructure, MTN and Airtel, they've been rolling out their fiber optic networks, and I think this new administration has actually quickened their ability to secure right of ways. This has actually been some of the challenges many states actually have in rolling out, broadband to the states. They have to pay to access the right of way, and then sometimes they have challenges in securing this permission. So it's been going slowly on some fronts, and it's actually quickened on some fronts. Now, personally, Nigeria is at 55%, and now that we have a digital transformation agenda, and we've pivoted already to AI, and we are moving full steam on that. I mean,
when you say we, who are the we?
The we is the entire industry. It's a collective effort. I mean, it's not left only to the government. The private sector also puts in their own effort. So when I say we, it's a public-private.
All stakeholders.
Thank you very much. I see myself as contributing to the national.
I see you as such too. But how have we plunged? I mean, stakeholders, even down to the normal regular people. How exactly has Nigerians plunged into production? Because we are more of a consumption, centered we buy devices, we buy chips, we buy all these things, you know, and then most of these IT companies, communication, they're not even Nigerian. So how has Nigeria plunged into, you know, production, even if it's chips? How come we don't have a Silicon Valley, even if it's a 1/10, you know, in Nigeria, we don't produce anything. So do you see a window of opportunity in manufacturing or production of certain things as regards to ICT, or are we just there to consume and consume? Once the latest iPhone is out, we buy and things like that? What are your thoughts?
I feel this is something I'm really very passionate about, this challenge. Why are we having this deficit or this gap in that window? It's not like as if we lack the technical talents, but the truth is...
The human capacity, we have it.
We have it. Now the truth is, when you're constrained by external factors beyond your control, you get limited and you are bounded by those external factors. Now, some of the external factors you could refer to is energy. Now, you must actually, Nigeria has to ramp up its energy capacity. We need to drive down the cost of generating energy in this country. And now, when you now start from that point of view, you now move from first principles. And from first principles, we now say, okay, what
I feel like I'm back in my in my chemistry class.
So you start asking yourself, what are the raw materials that we have? Where do we have comparative advantages? And what can we manufacture in these places? Where are the talent skills?
We do have raw materials.
Yeah, we do.
Lithium is part of, you know, what,
thank you very much.
You know, lithium is in Kebbi State right now.
Yes, and we actually export these materials.
Raw material, we can't use it.
Not that we can't use it. When you take a look at the cost of actually, you know, making those devices in your country, it could actually be more efficient for you to just simply import.
In the short term, but in the long term?
I think first things first, Nigeria has to identify critical items that they say that these are key to our national strategy, these are key to our energy security, these are key to our digital future, and we need to have independence in these places. And if we say we need to have self-sufficiency in these areas, it doesn't necessarily now matter how much it's going to cost in the short or
yes,
short
because
term.
we're looking at
50
years from now, 100 years from now.
Thank you very much. So there are places where we must take a look at our economy structurally and say there are areas we might have to bear, you know, significant economical pain, and to have a long-term gain. So that's the reason why, even if we feel that there are areas where we have a windfall, like you would see that the government's installed security cameras all over the state. And these are actually...
Do they have a center? Is it being monitored? The back end, how good is it?
The much we know, I've never really been there, but there's a much touted state-of-the-art ICT security, you know, command and control center.
Yes,
right
command and control center.
That's what we were told. That there's a command and control center.
We all heard that. We all heard that.
So at the end of the day, it gives the state the ability to, you know, reduce, respond quickly to crime, and provide intelligence and surveillance over the state. And you could actually have the state also deploy other alternative technologies to actually, you know, protect the citizens in the state. So we could actually have, let's say, in addition to the mobile, the carrier, the vehicles that the government officials, the police vehicles are mounted at strategic locations all over the state. You can actually still have them, you know, operating drones, which can actually track targets across different locations. Let's assume there's somebody that's been kidnapped and is moving on the road. You can actually man an unmanned aerial drone to track that, and the police and the security agencies can actually, you know, follow up with this gadget. And this is basically on the hardware side. And when you talk about the software side, the first things first that you're going to look, the government is going to probably be looking at digital security, how to protect the citizens and ensure that our data is safe, because there's so much sensitive data that is all around us. And just like everybody in the country is aware, there are moments where you could just basically talk about, let me use something like, I want to go and buy cabin biscuits. And the next thing, you open your phone, you see a sponsored ad about biscuits. So, you know,
the algorithm.
So the question is, are these devices listening to you? Are you the ones actually, you know, completely controlling these devices. So the government could actually take a look at the security of individuals and say, okay, this is a security flaw. What can we do to protect the data of the citizens in the country? And some of the things you can actually do is basically say, okay, we don't now have data centers in our states. Our data actually leaves our country's shores
Yeah.
to other shores. So,
And it's not secure.
thank you very much. So one of the things the government can do on a long-term roadmap is say, okay, we'll solve the energy issue, which this is the pipeline, I believe the ENUGU state government is trying to approach. You know, they solve the energy issue and able to, you know, allow the generation capacity of companies within the state and distribution also to increase and with this we can expect more investment into technologies which could now because you can't have a data center which has an unreliable power supply. So you might want to have a steady power supply coming from let's say a gas plant and then you now have solar power augmenting that
like a plan B.
Yeah, that kind of a thing. So when you have things like this, you're going to now see that this is something that the government has to proactively say this is an this is a security gap that we need to plug, and we need to find the right industry or private sector stakeholders that are going to help us bridge this gap, so that when we have things like our biobanks, where you have your DNA, because the state is about starting a DNA and forensic and pathology center.
Interesting.
Yes, so when you have something like that, you need to secure your data. If not, it's great because that data is really valuable to external actors.
Data is gold.
Thank you very much. So in this age, data is very, very valuable to external actors. So
I wish I had you here longer, Nzenzube. Our time, we have run out of time. I wanted to speak to some of the strengths, because we've talked about the weaknesses and of course the threats. You mentioned human capital that is available. Are there other things that we have that we can leverage on to ensure that we get to where we need to be in terms of digital technology?
Yes.
Very quickly, we have 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, we could actually first of all reverse the Japa age. Yes, because these are...
You can't reverse the Japa by policy.
No, it's not. It doesn't necessarily need to be policy. Okay. It just simply needs to be vision. People need to work People yearn to work in emerging technologies. People want to work where it matters. There's a whole lot of people that are actually living in Nigeria that are professional talents may not end up being professionals when they leave Nigeria. And if you offer them the ability to work professionally in their field, contribute their own innate knowledge to our own solutions. This is
to
how
our own solutions. I like that.
This is how you revert it.
I like
so
that.
It's not just a question of telling them that you can't go. No, you make a different value proposition to them, and you tell them that there's something more exciting for you to work on here. It's funded, it's exciting. You get to stay with your family, and this is something that you see the professionals latch onto. But it has to come with vision, and people has to key into that direction that you have already set.
True.
So if there's a proper roadmap that we know, irrespective of the administration, this is being continued forward, you see your professionals keying in.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Engineer Zube Indiokwelu, a cyber engineer and digital technology expert. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you very much.
All right, don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Well, parenting in these times, and of course in this age, is no mean feat. But parenting of teens is another kettle of fish. So this morning we are talking teens, their psychology and challenges of parenting in times like this. A social enterprise expert joins us this morning to discuss this very topical issue. He's Godswill Ogbonna. Good morning, Godswill, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, thank you very much.
Right, so you're a social enterprise expert.
Yeah.
What does that mean, really?
Okay, it's actually an ideology of trying to know about ways to really blend some societal issues, understanding the issues as they come and having a relatable idea on how to handle each of them as it has to corporate firms, families, individuals, and the rest of them.
All right, so you look out for societal gaps, problems,
Yes.
needs,
Yes.
and then you try to fashion a solution to those, concerns. Absolutely, you're welcome. So we're talking about teens and their psychology. Like I said in introduction, when you're parenting toddlers or children 10 or below, they come with their challenges. But wait until you start, parenting, teenagers. Why are teenagers, well, for lack of a better word, why are they challenging, to parents?
Okay. The first of it is human beings generally have these independent tendencies, and so at some point when they become aware of who they are, or they are trying to become aware of who they are, so certain questions comes up in the mind that are probably structured because of the exposures they have, the school, the church, friendship, and all of those contact points. So the curiosity to know the how, the why, and the what becomes a challenge, because sometimes some parents are not ready to actually start from when it is necessary, not really at that point you start doing something to establish the right relationship, so that when they get to this stage, the attendant challenges, of course, will be addressed. It is a challenging stage because somebody wants to know why some things are the way they are. There's a question in their mind. They are thinking what? Some things are informing their thoughts and ideology aside what is happening from the home. Okay, so that stage alone suggests a lot. So that's the challenge of human being curious to know things, because they have left that innocent stage where you tell them all the time this, and they just obey. And they want to know why at that stage, why they are doing what you're asking them to do.
In Africa, right, as a teen, you ask questions is seen as, well, insubordination.
That's true.
Of some sort. Now, it behoves on the parents to have an understanding of where the kids, the teenagers are in terms of their mental strength and their psychological, outlook. Now, how can parents prepare for the teenage years? Because it's not as if there's a dress rehearsal and then you come to become a parent. I mean, you learn on the job. But how can parents proactively prepare, parents of preteens, parents of toddlers, how can they proactively prepare for their teens during the teenage years?
Okay, preparation comes from the point where you get married. You must decide that if a human being must live with you, that you have a responsibility. A responsibility to understudy the different stages of the person's development. And each stage of that person's development comes with attendant demands.
Sure.
So you don't become ignorant as to the fact that this child is growing, and there is need to be aware, to be conscious, to get updated.
It's that awareness,
yes,
that self-awareness as a parent.
Yes.
It's not as cheap as we are talking.
It is not as cheap as we are talking,
Yeah.
actually, because people just want to answer the name that they are parents, but the intentional responsibility that goes with it, they are not altogether prepared for that. And so when you get parents who behave as if they are the only people living in an environment, they wake up in the morning, they care less about the other person, even their spouse in some cases, it also affects the child. The child wants to, perhaps at some point, wants somebody to wake him up from the bed, smile, get him to know the things he should do by practice. Perhaps in the morning he should know that it is time to get ready for the day. Even before that morning time, the evening time is also a time to prepare for the following day.
Sure.
So they need to see that leadership and influence happening around them. So parents should prepare by getting themselves up to date with information relevant for each stage of the child's development. If you say seminars, symposiums that has to do with young people, if nothing much should be done, at least the time should be created for you to attend one of them. If your organization or church group is organizing programs,
I like that you just mentioned church, because the Mama Nkechi that is a trader in Ogbete will not have time. Doesn't even know what symposium means, but of course she attends at a Catholic church
yes,
or a Pentecostal church.
yes.
So what is the role of religion in shaping the psychology of not just the teenagers, but the parents, so that they can rise up to the occasion?
Yes, it is as serious as whatever you may think, because the families makes up the wider society, and of course the church is part of it. So the church has a role specifically to play on the children and teens department. Any church that don't have children and teens department, I personally think they are not serious. Because this is a generation that will take over after the older persons has gone. So in that platform, parents are also in an organized forum invited and educated on what it takes to have a child in your house and what it takes for you to follow up on the growth, the stages of the child's development. So when the parents are taught in the church, of course the pastors, the reverend fathers, the priests, they have an authority, they are seen as authority figures. So they have an influence over also some of the parents. I say some of the parents because some people who also attend churches can be as stubborn as anything. All right. So to the few you can gather, to the few you can get who are really intentional and willing, then there is this structured, intentional, arranged method of communication to these parents to inform them. Do you have ages 0 to 5 in your house, ages 0 to 5 to 10 in your house? This is what you expect from that child. The child is behaving this way. It is not because he just woke up to start doing that. This is what is relative to that stage. You should know, you should prepare your mind for it. You don't just become deviant or become angry because the person, of course at some point in your life you would like them. That knowledge alone should make you to know that you should be accommodative.
Okay. Because we are actually interested in the psychology of the teen, we're taught, growing up from social studies, civic education, that a human being is influenced from nature or by nurture. Now, so based off of nature or nurture, what are those influences or those sources of influence, that, impacts on the child's psychology? I also know that there's also peer influence, everybody talks about it, but what other, other innate or outward agencies or agents, what are they that actually shape a child's psychology, a teenager's psychology?
Okay, like you mentioned, apart from the peer group, you have also what is now popular, the social media. It's actually where most of them are buried. They sleep, they wake up, they eat in that domain. And because they do that, a lot of things has to be done there to help to actually provide a platform where they can know both, as they are getting to know the wrong ones, they're also seeing the right ones. So they get to see several issues happening, and these teenagers are funny. As these things are coming up, they are trying to interpret it with what is obtainable in their home.
Their perspective.
Yes, they want to really know why I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that. Why is it not here? And why is it not here? The question, that curiosity is there to know the why. And so apart from the social media influence, and there is also this inferiority complex, whatever they call it, seeking for validation. So when a child wants to seek for validation to get approved, acceptability in the wider society, the pressure becomes so much that he wants to do something beyond what the other person is doing. He wants to get prepared more than the other person. He wants to do whatever that can be done. Yes. And when that happens and the child is not well schooled to know that having himself and his personal values is enough, as for a start, a child gets derailed because He wants to be approved among his peers. He wants to be approved in the society. He wants to be validated what he is representing. He doesn't feel he's sufficient enough to fit in into the society. So that sense of insufficiency makes the child to begin to think there is something more.
Hold that thought. I want you to look at this picture. If you can roll it back to where the father was instructing the child. How has the presence or the absence of fathers shaped psychology of teenagers? Because there's this wave or rave of fathers not being available.
Yeah.
You know, in those days, a father could be terrible, but he's present.
Yeah.
A father could be abusive, but he's providing. But in the recent times, fathers just know where he just carries bags and is out. I have a lot of single mothers. How has this affected the psychology of teenagers in Nigeria?
All right. I'm just trying to comfort myself. I'm trying to feel emotional because of cases I've seen amongst the young people.
I understand.
The children come to you in the classroom and they ask you, "Excuse me, sir, I'm not seeing what you are doing at home." It means that nobody's available at home. If for the first time he's seeing somebody doing that, saying that. So he's trying to learn how to behave in a certain way because somebody is absent where he's supposed to be. So the absence of the father figure in the home, either by death or by divorce or whatever circumstance may be, or being over busy. You know, there are fathers, the only time their children get to see them is on Sundays. That is in the morning before the children wakes up, they are out. In the night, by the time the children are sleeping, that's the time they are setting in. For them, the children, they think they have a father, but a child open up and say, "I have a father in the house, but I barely even have one-on-one interaction with him." So the father figure affects the teenagers when they are not available to be an influence, provide influence, positive influence on the child. Because, you know, first of all, what the man does is leadership. He leads both himself, the wife, and the family. So that leadership, which of course the child learns from how to do certain things, how to understand and respond to certain circumstances in the home front. If it is not there, the child becomes another thing outside because nobody is looking up to nobody from the house, which is the primary place where he should learn some basic values.
Interesting.
Okay, now the teachers, the church, the friends try to victimize them because they think they should know. The child is not aware of what you are doing. Is alien. He's saying that your father pecked you, your father did this, your father is coming to pick you up.
They can't relate, they don't understand.
What? I go home by myself, I do this, I do this, I do that, and early enough, the boy child starts becoming a father in a situation where he should be learning fatherhood. He's now, in real sense, learning on the job.
Now, I'm just trying to get more perspective from the absence of a father syndrome, either by death, divorce, abscondment. Now, in looking for a male figure, because culture, culture pushes that there must be a male rather figure, even if the father is not there. Try to get a male figure because the woman cannot raise sons and things like that. Now, there's a news piece that came up today, Saturday Tribune. It says man rapes 12-year-old daughter of woman friend in Ondo. Now, how can be the single mother, a widow, a woman with kids, how can you protect your children, not just the girl child, but also the boy child, from negative influences of trying to get a male figure around? So in trying to protect them, and you decide to raise your kids by yourself, what would be your advice to these women?
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I will start by advising that it's a very big task because you're trying to double your efforts, so it's not something common at all. So you must appreciate the fact that you have accepted in the first place to do it. because of the love you have for these children. And beyond the love, there is a commitment. That commitment goes beyond trying to provide for their basic needs, because what the woman thinks that's the only thing they need at that time is for somebody to keep what the other person should have been doing on. Provide for this, make this available, make this, and that's why when the child acts somehow and there's a report, the woman shouts and starts crying. Have I not been enough? Have I not been doing so much? So beyond what you've been doing as a mother, the advice is to also try to be available. That period you have in lunch in your office, if it is 1 hour and you can step out and the school of your child is close by, preferably in that case you should, you just branch in. Just stay in that canteen with the child for that 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let the child feel your presence. The child may at that point to report a bully case to you. See, look at this. This is the person I've been telling you about. The mother at that point will report to the authority and such. You know, that when the child starts feeling that little things that is not altogether easy for you per se, but it's a sacrifice actually. So you are trying to help both yourself, because there is no gain trying to provide for physical needs, financial needs, when the emotional needs, perhaps the spiritual needs and other needs, because they are all encompassing and not catered. Yes. You see, you get one and you leave the other behind. It's plus one minus one, which is actually nothing. So the woman should try in her busy schedule to try to appear in special moments, if not all the time, because I can't say the woman will be there all the time. Let's be realistic. This is somebody trying to be everywhere. Okay, so at some point when you are leaving, you try to make sure you communicate. When you are doing this, try to carry them along. You wake them up. This person is doing the other way. You are communicating. There's a communication in the cars. You are driving them to school. There is a.
You're talking with them.
You are talking. Sometimes you will get to hear this person in the compound barge into our house at so time. The woman is not aware, and it has happened for 1 week. And possibly that person that barged into the house has an evil tendency, perhaps to take advantage of one of the kids. So by the time you are communicating, somebody is saying something, and unconsciously they will mention that one they wanted to hide, and you'll get to know. So don't, in as much as you are busy, try to engage them. I'm not trying to say that that will be regular, but as much as you can. Maintain communication.
Maintain communication.
Be available. Very important. If they are doing graduation, they say don't plan ahead of time. They want somebody from their family, not a cousin, not a grandpa, not a grandma. You, daddy or mommy, somebody from them must be there. Even if it is 5-10 minutes of your appearance, that matters to them.
This is so true.
Yes.
This is so true, because I'm a mother of 3 myself. This is so true. Now, I was talking with a colleague a while ago. She wasn't really complaining. We were just talking generally about kids. And she has 3, 2 are in secondary school, they're in boarding school. But she said something very interesting. She said that anytime they come home, she feels as though they came in with a different personality. But as time goes on, as they interact and communicate, they now change back to the kids that she knows.
Yeah.
What would be your response to this? And should she be worried? It's as if they come back with different personalities.
Okay, there should not be worry per se, but there should be attention. You should give attention to that signal. You should not worry. You know, worry would disturb your sense of reasoning, because at times you get to begin to imagine things that do not really exist. And when you begin to imagine things that do not really, they get withdrawn. At that point, when you begin to imagine things and even become verbal about those things you imagine, they become withdrawn because they feel somebody is not understanding them. So as much as you can, try to, at that point when you understand that this is it, try to pay a visit one of the days to that boarding school. Try to know the environment. Who is who? Who is it that is saying what?
Hmm.
What is happening? If it's a school, try to attend PTA meeting. This is a time you get to know the modus operandi of the school. You
Hmm.
get to know the things where this information, this formation of the child is happening. This different human being that you are seeing. All right. So take action. The summary point is take action. Take action to know, to find out if it is something on the positive side or if it's something on the negative side. There are things your children may have learned while they are away for some time that will profit the home. As far as I'm concerned, I learned how to cook better when I was away from home.
Really?
Yes.
As a man?
Yes, I learned how to cook better. So there are some little things you may find to know outside. And if you get a parent that is vindictive or try to put herself or himself ahead of time on the negative side, it makes you not to bring even that good part that he or she will appreciate. So as a parent, you should be open-minded. Get to find out, wow, this way you are behaving, I am loving it. Where did you learn it from? How? Who is that your friend again? Get to know. And become a friend to that his friend.
Yes,
become
that's
a
right.
friend to that her friend. To also, from time to time, get to talk with them. Oh, I saw my friend doing this. Actually, at least appreciate the person. Or whatever you can do. Whatever you can do to encourage the good side. And whatever you can do to discourage the other
bad
side. The bad side.
Now, tell us, let's talk sex education.
All right.
Oh, I don't know why you're laughing, but let's talk sex. At what point should parents begin to discuss sex education? Because that is one topic that parents shy away from, but it's very paramount. And how should they communicate it?
Good. When is actually not really when the time you think the child is aware of him or herself, or aware in the sense of different experiences happening internally or externally. You start when you are perhaps beating them. If they can understand, even if they cannot understand, say it. There is a way the child understands it. Say it. So when you are beating a girl and you understand that this is a 3-4-year-old girl, when you get to the region, the chest region, you should be able to communicate that this place is for
private.
Yes, this is private. When you get to the down part, you should be able to communicate. So when you are doing that non-verbal communication or verbal communication, it's instilling something in the child unconsciously. For me, that's when the thing starts. When sometimes my wife gives me the opportunity to beat the boy, at some point when I get to his penis, I know how I react, and I also watch him. If you, as much as I know, there's something he's learning that I don't even know, but at some point he will learn. So as early as you can, 1, 2, 3 years, you should start non-verbal communications. And as the child is growing up to the point he can understand some words, begin to say that this is this and is used for this. All right. And when so person comes and touches this area, you should know that this is what the person wants. And as much as you can, place a report. Don't think the person is doing the right thing, that every part of your body is the same. No, they are not the same. They perform different functions. And when it's violated, it is not going to be to your own benefit. So you should be able to let them understand these things, not from the way your parents taught you about it, because some parents taught us about if a boy touches you,
you're pregnant.
They touch you. Don't become overprotective of the child. Try to make the child understand. Let there be knowledge. And as much as you become aware, communicate. Some parents are not aware of many things. And not being aware is not an excuse.
All right.
Because
ignorance is not an excuse.
The child is suffering it.
All right.
Yeah.
Because we will have just 1 minute, and I want you to, in that 1 minute, how would you advise a parent to react, a parent whose teen is going through bullying in school? how should they react?
Immediately when you notice some behaviors from your child, that's the point you start. You go to the school by yourself. Don't postpone it. The child wants to see your presence in that school because he believes you are more than every other person, including the director or the owner. He know if you see the way some children brag about their parents, that they're going to pull down the school. So they believe, they have so much faith. So act their belief. Be there. Follow it up. Don't do it. I love the way a parent some other time follow the particular result problem up. Every day she will be calling. I want to know if it has been changed. I want to know if this has been corrected. I want to know. The parents is intentional.
You know, it's not just bullying, student bullying. Sometimes it could be teacher-student.
Yes. At the point when you notice some unnecessary marks on the body of your child in terms of punishment, you should be there to know what kind of offense, what level of offense warranted this level of punishment. I should know. Okay? And there are some children, because they are afraid, they may not tell the teacher some challenges they are going through, as to don't flog me here, don't flog me here. And the teacher goes ahead to flog anywhere, maybe because of anger in some. I don't think so. The parents should be there. That's the point. Follow it up from day one, back to back, and ensure that and let the child be carried along. See what happened. Look at how we are. This is what it is. And if it goes beyond this, let me know.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much, Godswill Ubona, for your insights.
All right.
We wish we had you longer, but of course you'll come back some other time. Thank you so much, and God's grace on the good work you're doing already.
Thank you.
All right, don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every second, every minute, every...
Well, many thanks for still staying with us. We're still going to still keep you informed like we earlier promised. And guess what? We have a very interesting topic and a guest to do justice to that topic. We're talking crossing borders, the journey of Nigerian film producers in reaching global audiences. We have a film producer, she's also an executive producer and a consultant and mentor. Oge Obasi is on Zoom to talk to us about this very interesting subject matter. Good morning, Oge. Can you hear us clearly?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
All right, Oge, we introduced you as a film producer, an executive producer too. What's the difference between a film producer and an executive producer?
An executive producer basically brings resources to the project. It could be financial and otherwise, resources that help make the project come to life. A producer is more hands-on from development of the project creatively to the production of the project, post-production, and all of that to getting what eventually becomes the finished film or project.
All right. Okay, what are some of the works that you have done, and how have you found the job challenging, exciting? Just a few of some of them, because I have one that is really making waves. But before we get to that, tell us your journey as a producer. How exciting or challenging has it been so far?
Well, I think for me, the excitement is after the work is done and I see the impact it has. But from day one, it's full of challenges because I set out to make local films that will transcend the African audience, just the same way that we have also always consumed films from other parts of the world. I wanted to make films that would be able to go into the homes of people across the world from other cultures, races, and all of that. So it was very difficult and it's been challenging because even getting the resources to make those films are very difficult because typically Nollywood is what most people know. And so if you're coming with something that they feel is not mainstream Nollywood, then they are scared to be a part of it. And I'm talking investors and support and all those kind of things that I necessarily need to make a film. So from day one, it's a struggle because you find you have to inform and educate along the way, and there's a lot of disbelief. People don't think that a film can come out of Nigeria that would stand side by side, international films and films out of Hollywood, and that level of both artistry and production value. So it just feels like half the time you're trying to just teach people that it's possible, and it's really difficult going that part. But it's been fulfilling as well because it's been fulfilling because I've been able to say this is possible, and I've been able to say now you see it has happened. It's actually possible that we have talent out of Nigeria that can stand toe to toe with films from all over the world if we just give the right resources and the right people.
All right. What actually took you behind the camera? Were you once an actor? Because it seems as though it's the recent trend. Most veteran actors end up becoming producers, going behind the camera. What was the story for you? Were you once an actor and then you migrated to becoming a producer? Is that the trend? Must you be an actor before you become a producer, or you can just go ahead to become a producer? So for you, what was the journey like?
I've never been an actor. I have no intentions of being an actor. For me, I love stories. I love storytelling, and it's a huge responsibility. I mean, it's just like being like a teacher. It's one job, but you impact so many lives. If you keep showing up for the job, then long term you're impacting the lives of future scientists, doctors, engineers, and the rest of it. So that's what producing is. Not really a glamorous job. And it's very stressful, extremely stressful. I've never been in front of the camera. I started basically as a production assistant and then worked my way up into producing. So I was on ground, for quite a while before I got into producing. And no, you don't have to be an actor before you become a producer. I think people really need to understand why they do what they do before they do what they do. I think a lot of people go into producing from acting because they want to create jobs for themselves and create opportunities for themselves within projects instead of waiting to be casted or waiting for that call. So I think that's, and then a lot of people are going into YouTube these days as well. So I think that business structure also for them is an opportunity to build followership, more fame, as well as make those movies that they put on YouTube. But personally, I have no intentions of becoming an actor.
All right, you have very a big portfolio of films to your credit, one of which is Mami Water, a very successful film out there. Can you tell us what went into the creative process, you know, from ideation to execution? Tell us about Mami Water and, you know, what went into the creation of that film and, of course, towards its eventual success in the box office, if I'm allowed to use that, that word.
From creation, I mean, the first time my partner shared the idea with me, because he is the writer director. I mean, I knew it was a hit. It was a no-brainer. Well, like I said, we also set out to make a film that transcends our local audience and then the audience of Africa. So it was very important to know what story we were telling exactly and what representation we were setting out to make. And it was, again, very difficult to get people on board. I mean, excluding actors. Actors are always very happy to experiment and do new stuff, but it was really difficult getting financial collaboration and all of that. And so it took us quite a long time to make the film. From ideation to premiere, it took like a 7-year period. Within that period, we had sought to find collaboration within Nigeria, which we didn't. But we, about 4 years into it or so, we had our first green light as far as validation is concerned, which we got at Waga Film Lab in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. We submitted the project for the film lab and we got selected. So that took us to Waga, where the reaction to the project was very different from the reaction to the project in Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, you have a lot of, what? God forbid, Mami Water for what now? You know, and are you a Christian? Why are you making this kind of film? And people just fail to see it from a cultural perspective, because really, Mami Water is a cultural thing for West Africa. There's no part of West Africa you go to and mention Mami Water, and it's a new thing to them. So for us, the idea behind the story was, for the setting was, if the West African civilization had not been disrupted by colonization and all of that, what would a typical West African village look like? So that was the basis for the look of the film. And so we set out to make a timeless piece, a piece you cannot place in any era. It's not today, it's not yesterday, but it can be today, can be yesterday, can be the future. We said, even down to things like clothes we made for ourselves, food we made for ourselves, and stuff like that. And so that was the community we built within the story. But in Nigeria, it seemed like nobody was interested in hearing about things like that, and it was all about the religious aspect of things. But in Burkina Faso, they were very excited about it. They were very welcoming. They were very happy, encouraged us and said, you know what, these stories need to be told, and we're happy that your generation is telling it. And then from Ouaga, we won prizes that took us around Europe for a year. Me, for production workshops, as producers workshops, and for my partner, writing workshops. So for the year after we got into Ouaga, we're basically traveling and discovering new markets and all of that. And then we were in South Africa, for Durban Film Mart. So it was a whole lot of experience, opened opportunities and doors by this project that at home was a no-go area. And so from there, basically, we got support. COVID came, but we decided to go ahead, just stick your head in. And that's one of the crazy jobs of a producer, because you really have to be able to pull everyone together. We didn't have the resources at that point because COVID basically changed the momentum of everything. But I felt like this film had to be made and had to be made now. It wasn't like something you could wait for, because timing is everything in life. And so made the decision to go ahead. And at that point, travel was difficult because we had planned to shoot in Gambia. It had become so expensive, ridiculously expensive. And also we went to Benin Republic and we shot the film there. And afterwards, we won a couple of grants for post-production, one from Saudi and the other from Switzerland. And so that's how the project was eventually made. And we had our world premiere at Sundance Film Festival, where we also won an award for cinematography. And from there, it's been, film has been traveling from country to country, festivals, exhibitions, distribution. And even this year is going to show in cinemas in Japan. So back home, it was very messy, the distribution. I guess because of the same problem we've always faced, but outside it's been really celebrated, it's been appreciated, and it's been in conversations, and it's just everything we set out to achieve and more.
Okay, it's safe to say congratulations to you on the success of Mami Water, and it's also safe to say that your film has appealed to even the global audience. And now, as a producer and given your experience, how would you know a script that will blow, a script that will be successful for global audience and even our local audience? How do you know that script? This is the script.
Okay, so funny enough, I have a virtual class on that on the 16th of May to discuss, selecting your project and positioning it for the global audience. So usually I say to filmmakers that you have to decide if you're making the film for the local distribution or the international one, because it's not just about the audience. I personally feel like the Nigerian audience is very diverse. We don't just have one taste, because still the same Nigerian audience that consume K-pop, they consume Hollywood, all kinds of stuff. So I feel like the Nigerian audience is very vast. But unfortunately, the distribution we have in Nigeria seems to be very risk adverse. I don't know whether to say they are not sure what to do with certain kinds of films in terms of positioning and marketing, or they just don't want to go through the inconvenience of figuring it out. So there's only a certain kind of films that are usually easily allowed into the system, and so that's where you have to cast a certain kind of people, and then they are looking for people with Instagram following, high numbers, so they cast them even when they are not actors. Things like this that affect the industry, on a subliminal level. So I always say to them, are you going to the local distributors or the international ones? Because the things that you would consider for the local is different from the international. For the international, it's more about the craft of filmmaking and storytelling. And, before we start going into production value, for the local one, it's about the actors and whatever gimmicks you put into marketing, and very much less about the craft and the storytelling. So you can't eat your cake and have it. For now, hopefully in the future, there will be some sort of merge where both kinds of films can exist. But for now, it's not working, you know. The films that succeed internationally struggle locally, including Mami Water. It was very difficult. Again, not because of the audience, but the distribution was a mess. So, what do you look for? I mean, there's always a space for experience. It's not something you just snap your fingers and do, but essentially you need a very strong story. It doesn't matter if, I mean, there's no story that is brand new, so to speak. But even if you're taking a story that is already existing, then make it your own. I think it's very important for us to respect the craft of script writing and directing and editing, which currently I don't feel like we give much attention to. For the scripts, from the scripts and ideation stage, it's where you say, this story, from a storytelling perspective, this emotion, these elements is what I want to talk about. From the directing perspective, we now have, how does it translate to screen? How does it translate visually? How do we create the mood and emotion and carry it along and achieve what we set out to do? You know, the artistry is there. So these days, we're always focusing on directors who know how to use gadgets, directors who know how to operate the camera. But directors are not required to know how to operate the camera. The director is supposed to be an artist. So it's that artistry that I feel like we've neglected so much. It's telling, because right now it looks like no matter how much money we throw into films, people are still like, no, it's not looking great, you know. So it's almost like the money is not making a difference. But I believe it's the artistry that has not really been invested and built on, and maybe even respected. And that goes the same for script writing. Script writers complain about not being given time to work, not given time to develop, and eventually writing and whatever they put in there is maybe messed with during shoots. You know, it's like the director doesn't know why you did this, and so they are just like, this is not important, and then they get rid of it, which at the end of the day reflects on the overall film. And so for editing at the end of the day, you've shot what you can shoot. Sometimes you don't finish shoots for whatever reasons. Maybe you ran out of resources, maybe you lost some footage, you know, anything can happen. But what you do have, your editor has to be able to sit with the director and say, okay, so we are crafting a story out of this. So again, at the end of it, storytelling, the art of storytelling is an art form, is what is very important, I believe, very, very important. So it's not just about seeing a script and saying this works. It might not even be a script. It can be a concept, it can be a story. You don't even need to see a script. A story, it's interesting. Okay, so now what do we do with it? From that point moving forward of what do we do with it is what makes all the difference to the end product that you end up with, the film you end up with, you know, at the end of the day. You have to be able to ask why this story, you know, what's important about this story, how am I going to tell the story, and who are the people that are going to make the story come to life. So that's my thinking and approach to it.
It seems as though, well, I'm speculating here, but it does seem as if people would prefer actors to producers. It's as though producers do not get their flowers or their accolades as they should, as compared to actors. I mean, locally. Is that a different story, you know, across the borders? Is it different? Do producers get their accolades, you know, abroad much more than they do down here? What's the experience for you?
Well, producers do get their credits, flowers and actors. It's not even the same at all. In Nigeria, it feels like you need to be famous, recognizable, you know, to get that. But abroad, your project speaks for you. So it's more about the project. And then you say, oh, this is the producer of Mami Water. And they're like, wow, I watched it in Berlin and it was so awesome and all of that. They might not see me and recognize me on the street, and that's okay, or on social media, and that's fine. But they recognize the work, and and so when you're even in conversation for anything, because of your work, that's what gets you into the room, and that's what gives you the respect and you deserve and everything like that. But like in Nigeria, it's not really about that. For example, no one has come forward to say, oh, so you made a film that went to Sundance. Sundance is a big deal, in the film industry worldwide. And then you made a film, and I know you did not have like the most glorious of resources, but out of that, you made something happen from beginning to the end, and it went to premiere in Sundance, which was the first for a Nigerian, from a local producer in Nigeria. No one has approached to say, okay, so I have this, what can we do with it? There's been no attempt at collaboration, whereas outside is different. When you do stuff like that, then you become the go-to person, like, okay, I have an African story and I'm thinking of filming in Africa, and what do you think? Would you be able to consult for us? Would you be able to come on as a producer? Would you be able, those conversations are hard, but locally, no. I'm not famous. I'm not famous, so maybe that's the problem. But really, I think the kind of work that goes into producing does not even give you room to pursue that side of things, because there's so much mental work that goes into it. In fact, if anything, you're looking for time to be by yourself and be on your own. You're not looking for time, extra body and activities, to do. It's very different, I promise you, because they really value the craft and the work that goes into it, and then the success of the film is just icing on the cake.
Talk about streaming platforms. Platform in point is Netflix. How has Netflix actually impacted on your career as a producer, both here in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria? Have they helped in any way?
Personally, no. For me, no, because Mami Water had all the success he had. Safe to say, it's as far as the international space is concerned, in recent years, most successful Nigerian film out there, and they refused to put the film on their platform. Mami Water also represented Nigeria for the 2024 Oscar submission. And again, it's not on their platform. For me, I think it's very disrespectful to the industry as a whole, because eventually they complained that the films are not transcending local audience, and so they decided to geo-block films for Africa. So Nigerian films can only be seen in Africa, that kind of argument. But then you have a film, same out of Nigeria, that has gone to the spaces in your country, in the Netflix world, the high ranking, the Sundance and all those type of places. It was even nominated for NAACP and such awards. That's as high as it gets. But you don't put the film on your platform. So I feel like it's a disservice to the industry. You should be able to show that Nollywood exists and other films out of Nigeria exist, and these talents exist in Nigeria. You don't need to go looking for a Nigeria in another country to achieve a certain level of maybe artistry or professionalism and all of that. So how do you take our success and then not want to put it on your platform? But sometimes I feel like some of the projects they select, like, you guys want us looking bad? Because I don't understand. There are better films than this. Why do you go for this type of films? So personally, I don't think Netflix, I think they did good for a very little window, but the harm for me is more than the good, because we still keep having to explain that Nigerians can do better films, and it was an opportunity. Didn't hit the mark.
All right, okay, Opasi, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on the success of your film, Mami Water. More wins, my dear.
Thank you.
All right, New Day continues right after this break. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrients powerful compounds that support immune function and protect against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't
New Day. It is not always that you see us on New Day, but when something that is important happens, we must quickly respond to it. You know that last Thursday we began a critical conversation, very critical conversation. The number of people who have gone to the YouTube to view that edition of this program, which we did not conclude, in under 24 hours hit almost 1,019. That shows you how people all over the world and this country attach importance to that topic that we brought here. And we could not conclude it because it was such a critical matter, and we had a man who knows what the issues are. And therefore, this Saturday on New Day, we brought back Professor Godwin Owo. Prof, you're welcome to the program. You know that it's an unconcluded business. And let me just rehash, not rehash. I brought you two developments that I thought were contradictory. The first one was a 50-year projection by Goldman Sachs, indicating that Nigeria will be the world's fifth biggest economy. My eyes popped out when I looked at that. The world's fifth biggest economy by 2075. To the politician, it makes a whole lot of sense. A whole lot of sense. But to the person in the street, what does it mean? What does it mean? And Goldman Sachs was looking at the GDP and making Nigeria the fifth biggest economy all over the world by 2075. Now, in contradiction, the president of African Development Bank, our own Professor Adesina, said that Nigeria's GDP as at today is worse than it was at independence. I want you to calm down and take in the information. Goldman Sachs says Nigeria will become the world's fifth biggest economy by 2075. Our own additional is telling us that Nigeria's GDP, in other words, the performance of our economy today, is worse than it was at independence. Prof, that is a confounding contradiction. If we are creeping backwards, according to addition, and he put figures on the table, and warning that if we proceeded along that line, we could be in a worse mess. And somebody says, we build a goldfish in the next 50 years. Last time we talked, you said to me that was the projection of a native doctor who had received his cow in advance. He's no longer seeing clearly what the spirits are saying. But what of additionals alarm? That things are not adding up.
Yes, if you additional is a Nigerian, and he's been a minister and all that before getting into ADB. He couldn't have been making a false raising a false alarm. So the alarm justifies. And over the years, if you look at the figures the Goldman and Sachs put forward, I think it was in the region of, say, GDP will be 13.8%. Exactly. And all that.
Meanwhile, GDP is 800 something.
800 and
not 826,
yeah.
Not up to 1,000.
Clearly. So between you will see that from that projection, from the projection that was made to what it is today, there's been a decline of over 235, 192% decline in GDP from 1960 to date. Now, usually when you see figures, when you see economic data, financial data, you check with what you are feeling. Even without looking at the data, you want to check, have we improved? Are we improving? Everything is actually going down negative by the day. A day-old child today knows that. I was just told that Nigerian babies have stopped crying because the cry they went through when they were in the womb is a cry of 100 years, deriving from the situation of their parents. In those good days when a child is born, you want to hear the cry, even medically. Today, newborn babies in Nigeria no longer cry. They've cried enough in the womb on account of the suffering of their parents. So the GDP figures, remember, we also questioned the GDP itself. We looked at it, we questioned it, and we know there is no GDP yet. So, but for economic purposes, in the economic data analytics, we accept what we call the empty cells. Okay. And if you check, you will see that Nigeria records the highest empty cells in global data competitions.
Just 1 second, Prof, because you don't lead me into an alley. Can you educate me on these empty cells?
The empty cells means when certain inputs are just not available. They are just not
available. So your computation is just whimsical?
Yes, then occasionally at the end, because a figure must come out, you just assume some things and get out a figure for that country. Especially when that country is politically relevant. A big country. For instance, if you look at the position of the economists in 2019, Nigeria was ranked 27th by size using GDP with a lot of empty cells. We were even ranked 27th. So you can see that it's not possible. It does not look visible that we will jump and become the 5th or the 4th and all that. But it's good, we should wish it. It's better we wish it, maybe dreaming, but then a dream that is not backed up by any effort.
Prof, you know, I said part of this conversation will be, let us just for the purpose of feeling good.
Yeah.
Let us feel good that Goldman Sachs is being patronizing or even wants to encourage us by saying, look, you have all it takes to even be the second world's biggest economy. You have all it takes. Let's take off from that premise. What are the likely factors holding us down?
Of course, they are heavy and well known. The governance, institutional issues are there. But the primary issue there is lack of discipline and corruption. Lack of discipline and corruption. And theoretically, if you want to look at it even theoretically, corruption is literally defined in a simple linear equation of 3 variables: the corruption itself, then monopoly of power, the extent of monopoly of power, and the presence of discretionary powers. So C equals to M plus D. So you can now say that take any aspect of Nigerian governance structure. Is it the legislature? Is it the executive? Is it the judiciary? You will see a high concentration of power in a particular person or office. And going with that is high level of discretion, that is allowing
too much latitude.
Yes, for the officer who exercises those functions. That increases the level of corruption. That is what we are seeing. There is no economy, there is no country, there is no jurisdiction that will progress with that level of electoral balance. Yes, it's too much here. Each time a law is made, it's being made for an individual who is occupying a particular office. Each time a decision is to be made, it's being made to satisfy a particular person. That has been the problem, and that is the trajectory. So with that, you cannot have an objective growth in the system. And you can now see that even when you talk of GDP, what quantum of the GDP are in the hands of the people? A country's GDP, especially in corrupt, underdeveloped country, additional, they have described Nigeria as underdeveloped, no more developed. Developed, no more developed.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policy, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if is being posted there does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue, like Benue State. No, I don't support that, because if you do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring a gun from the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside the bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have interior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year more worse than this. Well, I may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will possess it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never issue license now. So many people get gone for house already without government authority. Top place government come up and say we should be carrying gun, something like that. We will kill ourselves at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all, because it's people's life that is going on, it's precious blood that is wasting. I think there's something, I was somewhere, somebody said, you see this blood that is wasting, it's speaking somewhere. I know blood is sacred. That's what I believe. Say, you have to be proactive, not to be reactive. Yes, I know that they have said we should carry firearms and all that, but if everyone start carrying firearms, if this person look for my trouble, the next thing is share. I know that is at the long run is for defense mechanism.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every
policy decisions. They very remunerated them well, and therefore it was attractive to be a professor. And the revenue allocation, whatever, mobilization, fiscal allocation, and all that, is now charged with creating a reward structure aligned to the roles you play, the contributions you make, the critical position you occupy, and the impact of that position on national development. And they say, look, you take 10 naira because of this. But if my producer is looking at that, you will see that Nigerian senators earn higher than any other senator anywhere among those 26 countries. And more than American senators, and more than Saudi Arabian, and more than German, French, and more than South Africa. For what? I'm not taking on the legislators. I'm taking on the institution that ought to be making us justify these projections. Because if there's any modicum of prudence in their lexicon, and therefore in their engagement with public issues and public resources, they would in fact have raised the alarm. I said, we cannot be paying this much to what is amounting to consumption. I'm sorry that I have to use P2B's language, which is not, I'm not a politician. People who are the Minister of Education, let me call him out publicly, the Minister of Education, when he was appointed, rejected the vehicle bought for him because he said it did not fit his status as an honorable minister. Our senators are in a mad race to drive 2024 models of imported cars. Prof, all we're talking is, can the Revenue Allocation Fiscal Commission look at this madness and see whether it accords with this conversation this morning to at least go 3-4 notches higher than the economic performance now? Or would they just say, it doesn't matter how much we take from the system, the economy will perform well willy-nilly? Does that make sense?
Exactly. You see, yes, their remunerations are very outrageous. And
but it is scandalous.
Exactly. But that is even a little proportion of what
the
problem is. The problem is the use they make of those offices to attract a lot more unmerited resources to themselves. The concept of constituency projects, the concept of payment before confirmation, whether true or false, we've had a situation where somebody that failed to pass the screening as a minister publicly accused the Senate of demanding some ratifications
before they could,
which means most of those who went through have to do a lot there. And when they get into those offices,
yes,
they keep on servicing.
Of course.
Servicing the
those who saw them through.
Exactly. And when you even look at, take a look at the plenary, television vision of the plenary session of the Senate and House of Reps, sometimes you see only 10 persons sitting there. Where are they? They are in ministries, pursuing contracts, running up and down, and that's the problem. So beyond the remuneration, which is outrageous, the damage they do to the system is even worse. And that is why the value for money index for Nigeria, VMI, had gone so low. By the last count, the value per 1 naira spent is 2 kobo. That is,
you spend 1 naira,
you
get 2 kobo service.
Yeah, benefit. And that is, and if you look at that, you can confirm it with the heightened level of construction activities going on. In 2005, there was a study by the World Bank to identify the key drivers of corruption in public office. It was discovered to be construction. Because there are 3 layers of measuring the output of construction as a veritable infrastructure for development. The first stay and add value to humanity. So you see people, they engage in excessive luxuriation, and the next minute becomes health tourism. The same resources has to go to some people somewhere
to look after
in India, and so much foreign exchange and all that will still be going back. So that is a key feature of underdevelopment, which we're having. And side by side that is the unquenchable appetite of public officers to amass wealth from public resources because nobody is working. The remuneration is not a function of the work you do. Rather, it's a matter of your ability to be in the good books of the man who gives the last blue red
approval.
Yes, that's the problem. So that's why you see the highest level of sacrifice in the system, the highest level of hero worshipping, and no work is being done. And you can easily be blown off by somebody going behind to package a rumor against you. Once that is sold to the sentiment of the man who gives the approval, you are out. Therefore, you must show that you are supporting him. You must show that you are his good books at a personal level. There's no other basis for assessments. No indicators of productivity. Anybody can be appointed anything, and he's just there. The only thing he needs to know to survive is just that
to shine the master.
Yes, and that's it. So that is a problem. So the remuneration structure is a major problem, and that's why most people have advocated for part-time legislators, senators part-time, because the work is actually done quarter time, not even up to half. No commitment, nothing. They are not serious about anything. Most things are just there.
The eyes.
Yes. In most cases, where you even require votes to be counted, no vote will be counted. Interpretations are given to law within the whims and caprices of whoever is presiding.
That is why on your mandate we stand.
Unfortunately, like I was pitying the drafters of the Constitution. Surprisingly, I'm not one of those who are keen in changing this Constitution. This Constitution is solid.
If well practiced.
If we practice this existing Constitution, no matter how bad, if we practice it 60%, Nigeria will be solid. What of the oversight? Oversight function of the National Assembly. Section 88 is clear on that. Very elaborate. Work of committees, ad hoc committees, when there's a serious matter of emergency, standing committees to look into every aspect of the operations of the executive. But what is happening today? I have not heard of any report, any production, any output from any of these committees, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives.
The allegation is that when senators need some more cash, they go on oversight. Because the institution, the oversight, has to play ball. If not, they summon you to the hallowed chambers of the National Assembly and query you, threatening you with not approving your next budget. And you understand what that means.
Beyond that, really, when there are issues, they refuse to attend to it. Perhaps they are not even attracting qualitative assistance from experts. They cannot sustain it. And tacitly, they don't want it.
They don't want any good assistance.
They don't want it. So because of the depth, the absence of oversight, the fiscal space is fraught with massive misfeasance. That's where the environment we are. And you can't be talking of even developing with that kind of institutionalized level of misfeasance. That's what we're facing. Therefore, it's either you key in or you are out. And that's why I'm telling you that the best of our youths,
that was what you said.
They won't be here.
They won't be here. Prof, I wrote a letter to the Minister of Information on Wednesday requesting a conversation so that we can interrogate a little deeper the latest policy by the Tinubu administration, which is Nigeria first. And the little I read about that Nigeria first is that in considering procurements and all that, services, equipment, materials, the Nigerian government will consider made in Nigeria things first as a means of keeping our companies and businesses running and surviving and growing. On the surface of it, I told one of my colleagues that that is a very critical step to take in order to become dependent so that we can also grow our own industries, grow our own service deliverables,
But I have a challenge, and that challenge is what I had raised with some other of our colleagues before today. And that is the attitude of the Nigerian establishment to what is Nigeria. A road of about 200 kilometers, even 50 kilometers, is to be awarded. The first companies to consider are all non-Nigerian companies. And they will tell you, because we want quality jobs. But we fail to realize that those companies that we patronize, they amount to outflow of foreign exchange. But when we pay them, repatriate the money. It's as simple as that. I don't think it requires a lot of hard reasoning. And consistently, the Nigerian establishment doesn't seem to have confidence even in us. I tell you a funny story. I was conversing with a director in the civil service, one of the ministries, and one of my colleagues on editorial board. And we were interrogating a paradigm by Professor Uche Waleke. Uche Waleke drew attention to the fact that Arab contractors is in fact the military arm, the engineering arm of the Egyptian military. But they're using local capacity and competence to help fund their military by earning money from here, from there, from North African countries. And because the Egyptian military has confidence in them, and also the government does give them critical jobs to execute in their own country. But if I'm a professor of civil engineering, chances are that Nigerian Ministry of Works will not consider me for a big job. It will prefer to give it to Gilbert Chagori, maybe, instead of professor in civil engineering, professor Mwabueze Njoko, or engineering professor Ayodele Awojobi, or engineering professor Hassan Audu in Nigeria. If we are going to practice this Nigeria first, which I honestly think is a major step towards moving 2, 3, 4 notches up, as Goldman Sachs is predicting, reducing outflow of foreign exchange, domesticating competence, utilizing what belongs to us to do what we need. How can we achieve it when we don't have confidence? The establishment doesn't have confidence in me.
Exactly. You see, that is key. That is very critical, and it does not deviate from other anomalies that are hindering our development. You see, it still borders on the issue of perhaps indiscipline. Let me not say corruption, but I actually mean corruption, indiscipline. And that shows that there is a major disconnect between the planning and what we normally encounter. You see, it's not just about making spontaneous ad hoc statements. The word Nigeria first ought to have emerged during the elections so that we'll see the ingredients, we'll see the components, we'll see the makeup, what aspects of our national activity, political, economic, social, that will lead us to Nigeria first. Perhaps that word Nigeria first is coming from America First principle, which you know had been a slogan of Trump, the present president, since. So you will see the ingredients, you interrogate the ingredients, you evaluate it, and come out with the best to support that. So that statement is more or less implicating than something that should make us happy. Because when you say Nigeria first, you're already attracting a reaction from other global interests. Yes, because it means Once Nigeria first means you want to be
you want to look inwards.
You want to look inwards and
then
exist in a state of autarky. Then when you exist in a state of autarky, you'll be isolated. So diplomatically, it does not sound very...
It's not being well handled.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm feeling that people used to say, in Igbo, you talk of Ekueme.
Yeah.
We're not saying Emeiku. That is, say what you have done, not say
what you are going to do.
Yeah, say what you want to do. That's why in a typical news, when you listen to any public officer in Nigeria, the only thing you'll be hearing, I will